United we're as strong as a mountain. United we're as deep as the sea.
Hey, thank you all for joining us this afternoon, and I want to thank you very much for coming and participating, I think, in this very important event that we're having today. My name is Steve Zeltzer, and I'm a journalist, labor journalist, and I produce a show called Work Week, and I'm on the Pacifica Network. And I've also been involved in covering for decades the struggle of workers on the job who've been injured and have been fighting to get health care and get workers' compensation. And in the course of covering these struggles of working people all over the country who've been fighting for their health care, I've also been covering the situation of contaminated communities around the United States, because the event that we're going to be having today is in a community, or next to a community, that has been contaminated for decades. And people in this country do not even know about it. So something is wrong when people have been contaminated and sickened for decades and nobody knows about it. And when I found out about East Palestine and saw a video, Max Albright, who's a journalist, Real Work, did a program on raising money for the people of East Palestine. I saw that video and I contacted Chris Albright, who's here today, who's a worker. He was a member of LIUNA 58, and he was contaminated, and as a result of that, he got sick and lost his health care. Now, what in the hell is going on in this country? That somebody is contaminated as a result of a derailment, and they can't work, their family is stuck in contaminated homes, and they can't get health care. Something is seriously wrong in a system that allows something like that to happen. And we organized a conference in East Palestine on this issue of what happened in East Palestine and the fight to protect workers and people in the community and to defend them. And we had people from Baltimore and around the country. And that has been 2.5 years long since that incident took place. And you know what? A lot of those people are still fighting for their health care and getting sicker by the day. And they're stuck in contaminated homes with their families. So think about the nightmare that is. You don't have the money to move out of your home and you're stuck there and your kids are being poisoned. I mean, it is literally a nightmare. And it's intolerable for people in this country to put up with it, frankly. We have to say that people have a right to be evacuated, and actually there's a bill called the Stafford Act, which was passed after Love Canal, which allows the government to declare a site a mass incident casualty site and to compensate people to move out of their homes and provide health care the rest of their lives. And we've been fighting in a national campaign to get the government, whether it's Biden, whether it's Trump, whoever it is, to institute the Stafford Act, to declare an emergency so they can get health care and move out of their homes. And it's like pulling teeth. Why? You think getting health care, we have money for billions of dollars for wars all over the world. We don't have money for people in our own communities? This is what we're talking about today. It's a system problem. And we want to address that. And at our conference in East Palestine, Vina Colley came and talked about her decades-long struggle to protect workers here in the community and communities who are suffering as a result of radiation, actually, and the toxins that are produced in this industry. And living in San Francisco, I don't know if people are aware, but San Francisco, we have the Hunters Point Shipyard and Treasure Island. And these were naval bases where contaminated ships came in from the Fiji Islands, from Marshall, to be tested to see if they could be used again in a nuclear war. So they brought these ships from the Marshall Islands, they towed them to San Francisco, and then they sandblasted them, and all this contaminated material got into the ground around Hunters Point and contaminated the people there, the workers. It was an animal testing ground. It was the first nuclear testing ground for animals, and they tested people with live radiation. And Treasure Island was a naval facility for testing how sailors can defend themselves in a nuclear war. and they used live radiation on a ship called the Pandemonium. That was the name of the ship, the Pandemonium. And people lived in Treasure Island, not only the sailors, but they had families, they had housing there, and they got sick and contaminated, and the school had to be closed as a result of the contamination of the school. Now, guess what? The politicians in San Francisco, Willie Brown, Nancy Pelosi, Dianne Feinstein, decided that it had a great view, Treasure Island and Hunters Point, so they coerced the Navy to turn it over to a developer, Lennar, it's the largest developer in the United States, to build condos. To build condos on a contaminated radiation dump site. And people were getting sick. People have asthma, the highest rate of asthma in San Francisco. They have radiation. And people, they hired a company called Tetra Tech, which it turns out has also been hired in East Palestine. Tetra Tech. And we, us, the American people, spent $1 billion to remediate Hunters Point and Treasure Island so it was safe for condos. Guess what? It was in fraud. 2 of the managers went to prison because they were committing fraudulent, fraudulent studies of the treatment there. And so what happened is that whistleblowers were protesting about the fact that there was fraudulent testing going on, and the whistleblowers were fired and blackballed, so they couldn't work. So this cover-up of the contamination and the remediation of the Hunters Point and Treasure Island site continues today. And the people there are suffering and fighting for health care as well. So this is a national issue. It's happening all over the country. And I think this conference and this meeting is not just about what's going on here. It's about linking up people throughout the country to be able to unite together to say we have rights, human rights, worker rights. We have the right to have a safe community, a safe environment for ourselves and our children and our families. This is a basic human right. So that's why we're having this meeting today. And our first speaker is Vina Cawley, who is a organizer of this fight here. She's with the Portsmouth Pikeston Residents for Environmental Safety and Security and founder of PRESS. She's also a former member of the Oil, Chemical, and Atomic Workers, which represented the workers at Pikeston. And one of the pressing issues in the labor movement is, where are the unions? Where's the AFL-CIO? I'm a member of the News Guild, the CWA. We did pass a resolution for single payer so everyone can get health care, but the unions are working people and should be defending people in these communities. These are our members. This is the responsibility of our union. So one of the things our committee is fighting for, justice for residents of East Palestine, residents and workers, is that the unions take this cause up. They have to take this up. And all the politicians who are running for office, where are they? I mean, we do know that Vice President Vance, when he was senator here, along with Jared Brown, supported the act to get the Stafford Act. But what happened? Disappeared. And on the anniversary, which I was at East Palestine, second-year anniversary, there was a rally there of the residents, and at the press conference, Vice President Vance was asked by numerous reporters, the residents are telling us that people are still sick. What should we do about it? What are you going to do about it? He says, well, I can't just snap my fingers. This is what Vice President Vance says, and it happened 2 years ago. Well, the reality is, you need to do something about it. And all these executive orders they've issued, they could issue one executive order for the people of East Palestine to get health care. That, I think, is something they could do that would help the people, and also money to move out of their homes. So in any event, let me invite Vina up here. Welcome, Vina Cawley.
I got started in this in 1980. I went to work at Goodyear Atomic. I thought it was the best job I ever had. I was there 3 years and I started getting sick. And so I was going back and forth to the doctor to find out what was going on, and he was asking me about my job. Well, I filed a grievance to the Department of Labor in 1983. And when I filed that grievance in 1983, it changed my life. All of a sudden, they started lying and saying different things. And I was cleaning down uranium-contaminated polychlorinated biphenyls, PCB oil, and we were using trichloroethylene. And after we cleaned this, I said, what do we do with this? They said, dump it down the drains. So we dumped it down the drains. And then after I got sick and started complaining, and then they started trying to clean that up and told people not to dump it there no more, but they had been dumping it there. This plant has been there for 70 years. It's the largest facility in the world. They've been sending discharges from that plant to Little Beaver Creek. I found out, going to the EPA office, that Little Beaver Creek was contaminated. So we got media coverage over it. We've asked them to put signs up in the creek. We've asked them to move that trailer park. We've asked them to do all this, and they do nothing. There's no signs today. 2 weeks ago, there was a guy out there in a white van fishing, him and his dog. So they don't care about you. They don't care about the workers. They don't care about this community. And they continue to deny plutonium. And in 1993, at the EPA office, I found out that we had plutonium at Pikeston. So they had a public meeting, so the company was doing recordings, and I told them in 93 that we had plutonium at Pikeston. So it was recorded in the Columbus Dispatch by Mike Lafferty. So today, Ike White claims there's no plutonium at Pikeston. And the reason is they don't want to tell you about plutonium because we're important. And the reason we're important is because they want to continue to use this community as human experiments. They want to keep production here. That's why we didn't make RECA, because they want to continue to pretend like we don't have plutonium. I have a document that I got in '99 because we helped the workers get their compensation because we had plutonium here. And because of the plutonium, we were able to get the Energy Employees Compensation Act for the Pikeston workers. And so, still today, they're denying plutonium. RECA is the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, and if we could get it through, then the community would be eligible for their cancers, the same cancers, the 22 cancers that the workers have. But we're not eligible for that right now. They're trying to put us out of that because we say we have a lawsuit. Well, St. Louis had a lawsuit. They had 2 or 3 lawsuits, and they still have them. But they got RECA. They did the facilities that's not important no more because they're not into production. Their landfills are not taking any of this radioactive waste. And so here we're kind of stuck. Some of the things that press has done all these years, and I've heard lately that this has never happened. In 1993, the land of the sick and the dying, Pike and Scioto County have among the highest rate of cancer in Ohio, 1993. So we're hearing now that we have cancer at a high rate, but it's nothing new. Press did a cancer and heart study back in the 90s. And our study is also as high as Joseph Mangano, an epidemiologist. They haven't done the heart, but we did the heart. But here, this is the land of the sick, and this is a public meeting where victims came and talked and said why we were sick. And what did the government do? Nothing. I want to praise 4 workers that was helping me in the 80s. Owen Thompson, age 42, died of a brain cancer. But these 4 workers, Mike Talla, Owen Thompson, and Gene Farrell. Owen and Gene Farrell both dead. But we did a press release here in Portsmouth in the Portsmouth Daily Times, and these workers were the first workers to come out about the cancers and the heart and what was going on at that plant. And so I want us to remember these workers. I remember hearing about a kid, Brad Likens, and I called him up and asked him a lot of questions. And so I said, you need to talk to the attorneys, and that's where Brad talked to Kevin Thompson's law firm. And so a lot of people don't think I'm a victim because I'm able to get out here and talk. And this is one of the EPA records that I found of all-site contamination in Little Beaver Creek. And I have here Dorothy Dunham's daughter. I went to Dorothy Dunham's daughter, or her mother, in 1993, and I told them that their cistern was contaminated with Tech 99, and the company would not tell them. I told them. Nobody did nothing about it. And her daughter's here, so she'll tell you how many people has died of cancer. Myself, people don't think that I'm sick because I'm able to stand up here sometimes, and I was able to ride my motorcycle, which now I can't because I can't get my leg over it. But I had chronic bronchitis. These are Department of Labor. This is what they've already compensated me for. They've admitted that their plant caused me these illnesses. Toxic neuropathy, and it's affecting my nerves and my motor skills. Brilliant disease, which is not curable. Chronic congestive heart failure, digital heart failure. I have these nodules in my lungs, and the same nodules my brother-in-law had went to his lymph nodes, and they caused him to die of cancer. I had thyroid problems. I had 3 tumors, a total hysterectomy before I was early, maybe my late 30s. And I went to work at this plant as a healthy worker. I was so healthy that they sent me back to my doctor and had him to run extra tests because they couldn't believe I was that healthy. And now I'm on 9 to 10 pills a day. I can't function without the medicine. I've had 1 tumor removed from the back of my head. It was sent to Canada and was supposed to have been checked, but the doctor that was going to check the tumor his office got compensated in Canada. There was a nun, Rosa Patel. I think some of you probably heard of her. She's very, very smart. She made sure that we took this tumor off and that we sent it to Canada for these doctors to look at it. Well, the doctors thought, well, she works at the uranium enrichment plant, and we're not too concerned about that right now. We're concerned about the ones who have cancer and plutonium. Well, they covered up the plutonium. Through my research, we found out that they have plutonium here since the beginning of the plant. We've been reprocessing transuranic waste. And if you don't know what transuranics is, it's plutonium and neptunium and americia, all of these radioactive contaminants that are very harmful to your body. I have family members that have died from this plant. My husband died from melanoma cancer. He had it on his ear with a combination of blood thinners that they gave him. He died in 2018. His brother worked at the plant, Gary Colley. He died. He had these nodules, the same that I have in my lungs. Well, it went into his lymph nodes, and he died of cancer, a horrible death. His wife, who didn't work at the plant, she died of breast cancer. My nephew, who worked at the plant, Gary's son, he died of kidney cancer. My brother, Johnny, he died of brain cancer and lung. My younger brother just died of pancreatic cancer. And my nephew had brain cancer, and all these people have different cancers. And we're all relatives, and we're all got genes, you know, that are alike, but none of us has had any of the same cancers. So this has kept me in this here, finding the truth. Why did they lie to me? Why didn't they tell Dorothy Dunham her well had technetium in it? Why don't they tell the people that Little Beaver Creek is contaminated and they cannot swim in that creek because it's highly contaminated? Why didn't they tell the people that they have a straight pipe that goes from the plant straight to the Scioto River? Been going there for 70 years, and I only worked at the plant, haven't been there for 40 years. These are things that press have uncovered, and we have nothing to hide. We have the documents to back up what we say, and I had the EPA office down in the Scioto River, and they took samples of these fish, and these fish were radioactive, and they had PCB oil in them. Plus, they discharged chromium into the Scioto River. The Scioto River goes all the way to the Ohio River, goes all the way to the Mississippi. So we're not just affecting us. It is hard to get these people nationally to realize that there's more people involved in this instead of Pike County and Scioto County. Now, Marvin Resnikoff came in and went through all my documents, and we found out that the bedrock was fractured, so we broke that story. We also found that plutonium was all over that site. And the X705, the workers come and told me, said, you know, out of all the workers that worked here, we thought they would come and talk to us, they would help us. They contaminated these workers so bad that they sent them to Oak Ridge to try to get their body counts down. Most of the workers that I've talked to in there so far, they call me, and most of them are dead, but I have those workers' exposure limits. We have been collecting victims' cancers on-site, off-site. I have all the way back to 1957 for the workers, and press started gathering cancer, and then we had a health survey to come in here, and it was ATSDR, and it was horrible. They said they looked at one cancer as all they looked at. These health study was done, and I've got the paperwork on it where ATSDR lied. It was during the first cancer thing that we had, and there was 2 lawsuits here. One was filed. It took 21 years to settle it. And in that lawsuit, they took our cancer survey, ATSDR did, and ATSDR lied to the community. The attorneys wrote a letter. We did a big press conference on it, that they lied about how they calculated our exposures. We don't want ATSDR back in the community. We want a congressional hearing. They have to hear what is going on in this community. The people in Columbus, they have to quit giving a decision what's going to happen down here in Pikeston. They have a nuclear board up there that makes decisions for all of us. We just had some commissioners that are on the board at SSAB, and also Scioto County Port Authority. They all got caught up in money laundering. Where is the money going for our jobs? Why don't we have jobs in this community? Why is it all nuclear that's killing all of us? Why doesn't the government care? And I have spent 40 years of my life unrevealing documents, going out of town, been on planes. We've had health studies. We don't want ATSDR. We don't want people lying. There is nobody here overseeing this plant except DOE and DOD. This community has been sacrificed. The government owes us a good place to work here. I have all the documents, and if anybody ever wants to look at them, I can show you that I have a garage load of them. I have closets load of them. I have people that's got them in their homes. But every major story here that's been broke, it come from press. Nobody wants to say that word. Portsmouth Pikeston residents for environmental safety and security. We have broke every major story here. And I know we've supported cancer victims. I got cancer people, victims that I know of, hooked up with some of the attorneys because I didn't know what else to help them. I've helped, I don't know how many workers. I hook them up with the home health care people, trying to get them help. And there's a lot of workers here who haven't been compensated. So if the communities get RECA can also help compensate some of these workers that haven't collected their money. But there's a lot of other good speakers here, and we're going to answer all the questions after everyone spoke. So we'll try to give everyone speaking. I had an FBI guy, Joe Linsky, was coming. He winded up with COVID, but he sent a speech, so Ketter's going to read it for him. Joe Mangano, the epidemiologist, he forgot it was today. Someone started sending out that we were having this meeting on the 25th instead of the 24th. But Paul Mobley here, he'll be talking a little bit about the exposures and how they're calculating them wrong, and then he's going to talk a little bit about what Joe Mangano found, and Dr. Ketter will talk a little bit about Joe Risky's report. But if you have any questions and you want to know what's going on, who broke stories and who did this and who did that, we have the documents. We broke I was at a meeting in '92 in Washington, D.C., over the megawatts program from Russia. I was in that meeting. I told them we didn't want it here, but it was shipped straight from Russia to Portsmouth. Their product had all this transuranics in it, and again, plutonium, neptunium, and magnesia. So we've been reprocessing this stuff since '54, and then the Russians sent their stuff here in '92, and they did it till up to 2000 something. But now Now they signed another agreement for Russia's stuff to come back somewhere, and I'm looking for that to come back to Pikeston. We have 24,000 depleted uranium cylinders sitting on the site leaking. These cylinders are leaking neutron exposures. And they built these 12 waste cells, and we asked them not to put them out there. We had 300 people that came down to Shawnee State, told them we didn't want these waste cells, and they wound up letting it all die down. They went to our area county commissioners, and our area county commissioners allowed these waste cells. Not us, not the community of Pikeston, not the people who live downwind of that plant. We didn't want it. So now I'm seeing that the commissioners here have been bought off on a lot of stuff, and I'm kind of concerned. Did they get money for putting these waste cells out here? I don't know. That's in question, but they've been indicted, and there's going to be a lot more that comes out. But we've been sold out. This group, SODI, they get grant money to find jobs, and they have them in every community. They're to find jobs for everybody, but they're not interested in the jobs because they want you to have nuclear, because somebody is keeping them in a lot of money for the suffering and the pain that we're all going through. If you have any questions, you can ask me when this is over, and I'd be glad. I don't want to take up all the time because there's a lot of speakers here. So I thought if I went to East Palestine, I wanted to try to get the groups in Ohio to start working together. I belong to 40-some national groups, and I've been there since 1989. Just how I got started in press, I went to a meeting in 1989, and press asked me to be, there was an election, and they asked me to be their speaker. A lot of press members, I don't ask them to come out because all they do is kind of threaten them. Oh, you were able to do that? Aren't you on Social Security? And blah, blah, blah. And so they kind of keep the community tore up. And they try to, a lot of media coverage comes in, and they try to tear up the community, and they don't tell the whole truth of what's going on here. I'm here to tell you the truth. I lived it for 40 years, I know. I've been in basements, I've been on the airplane, out of town getting these documents, I've been at the Union Hall. I used to go in the Union Hall, and I'd make copies there for nothing. And then I got blamed for trying to work harder for the workers than I was working for the community. And I gave these documents to the attorneys. And when somebody calls me and they tell me they're sick and they got all these problems, all night long I'm on my phone listening to people. For 40 years I've been listening and crying with these people. It breaks my heart. It's so hard for me to go back out to Pikeston and keep talking to everybody. So I get more done on my computer. And in '89, I joined the Alliance for Nuclear Accountability, which was the military toxic project at that time. And so Pikeston wasn't on the map. I pushed and pushed and pushed until we finally got Pikeston on the map. I'm sorry I don't have a speech wrote up, but I've been really busy this week. We've had a few speakers. Joe Rinsky from the FBI. He wound up getting COVID, and so he's down in Tennessee now, and he didn't make it here. And Joe Mangano forgot it was today, but someone went around and told everybody we were having this meeting on April the 25th when it was April the 24th. So I'm glad that a lot of you made it here, and I want to welcome East Palestine. What they did up there, is Palestine. Anyway, I went to them because I was trying to get more people in Ohio to help us and join us in this fight down here. And I hope that happens. So the next speaker is Paul Mobley.
Since Joe Mangano couldn't join us today, I'm going to go ahead and read the first page of his 2022 cancer study that he conducted in the surrounding area. And this is titled Health Risk to Local Residents from the Portsmouth Gaseous Diffusion Plant by Joseph J. Mangano, MPH, MBA, August 15, 2022. Executive Summary. The Portsmouth Gaseous Diffusion Plant in Pikeston, Ohio a used UF6 gaseous diffusion process to enrich uranium from 1954 to 2001. As a result of routine plant operations, radioisotopes and toxic chemicals were regularly released into the air, water, and soil. Despite ongoing concerns about the health effects of exposures to toxic radioactivity, little research on local health patterns have been conducted. This report, using official health statistics, found the following health patterns and trends for Pike County. The county's cancer incident in 2010 to 2019 was 15% higher than the U.S., the highest rate of all 88 Ohio counties. In 1950 and 1960s, county cancer mortality was 12% below the U.S. The gap closed, and by 1993, the Pike rate exceeded the U.S., the largest gap, by a positive 32.8%. This occurred in 2019 to 2020. In 2009 to 2020, the cancer death rate in the county exceeded U.S. by about 50% for all age groups, except for persons over age 75. County age-adjusted mortality for all causes was 2 to 5% above the U.S. in the 1980s and early 1990s. By 2019 to 2020, the county rate was 42.3% greater. Among persons 0 to 74, all-cause mortality in the county soared to 85% above the U.S. in 2017 to 2020, nearly twice that of the nation. These unexpected findings constitute a great concern and call for a prompt and thorough review of all potential causes, including socioeconomic factors, access to medical care, health behavior, and exposures to environmental toxins, such as those from the Portsmouth gaseous diffusion plant. Any findings must be shared with the public and public officials so that any effort to reduce future local disease and death rates may begin promptly. So that is from Joseph McGandle. There's been a cancer study here done already, and there needs to be more done. Absolutely. Something I want to bring up on what Vina had stated. She has a document from 1999 from the U.S. Senate that is signed by 2 senators, DeWine and Voinovich. And in this document, it states that prior to 1985, there was shipments of undiluted plutonium that was handled at the site. The reason this, quote, undiluted plutonium is very important is that it proves the form that it was in. It was not trace amounts. It was not mixed with anything else. But pure, undiluted plutonium was handled at Portsmouth. The document also states that the DOE lied. They said that only trace amounts were there. And nowadays, they say none was present. There was 0 plutonium. We have proof that it was there. We have the proof of what form it was in. And in my opinion, this is the most important document that Vina has in her complete arsenal of documents. So I will probably go with what I've prepared. I've prepared a speech here for myself. And we're going to go over some of the scientific notation, some of the things that they're using to calculate your dose. And that one single number they give you. Okay? This is the calculation. Let me get back here to the meeting because I had to read. My name is Paul Mobley. I'm a former civil operating engineer that served in the U.S. Air Force abroad and in the private sector here in the United States. Aside from my military and my civilian training, I have independently studied various aspects of nuclear engineering, physics, and health physics associated with ionizing radiation exposure. I was chosen to speak here today as a press member. I also write the depressed releases that are released through BINA. Not because of credentials or anything like that, but because I believe I can bridge the gap between layman's terms for people that have never studied it versus the scientific literature and the risk models and the standard mathematical calculations that they're utilizing to set all the safety standards and regulations. I recently heard an analogy that may help us bridge this gap a little bit from an expert in the field, Professor Chris Busby, in a recent Veterans for Peace meeting that I will also add my own little twist to it as well. And it goes like this. Imagine standing 3 feet next to a campfire on a crisp evening, facing the fire and feeling that radiant thermal heat being deposited on the whole front half of your body as your skin absorbs the heat. This represents the layman's terms for external exposure of gamma photons leading to energy being absorbed into a kilogram of mass, or technically absorbed dose. Now imagine from that same fire, taking a few hot coals of varying sizes, ranging from nano size to millimeters, and adjusting them, right, in various ways by breathing in those nano-sized particles. But what sets these particles apart is that they will only slowly cool off over thousands of years, as the energy deposited is considered a constant, and the radiant thermal heat the hot coals release occur in a sphere around the particle, releasing 4 million to 10 million electron volts, where it only takes single digits or tens of electron volts to strip an electron from the surrounding biological matter. This is the layman's terms for internal exposure to an alpha-emitting particle, leading to energy being deposited into also an average kilogram of mass for the entire organ, right? With a quality factor multiplied to the external absorbed dose. And that's the measurement that equals your equivalent dose. Now I'll go over that calculation here. Your HT, that's your equivalent dose. And this weird symbol here, this is sigma. This represents a summing of what follows this symbol. WR, that's your weighting factors. This is the issue. This is a major issue, right? And your DTR, this is your absorbed dose, time, and location, the region, right? So now intuitively, in layman's terms, if we wanted to calculate your external exposure to a campfire, mathematically we would have to add to the equation distance, time, and energy released, and then absorbed over the entire front half of your body. Scientifically, this would be called using the inverse square law. This law does not apply to an aggregate of point sources, which is like many tiny pieces of paint, for example. So a summing of the total energies must occur by multiplying many point sources, which is an approximation by using what's called superposition. This is simple geometry of a source of radioactivity and humans' exposure to that radioactivity externally. Now let me ask you a question. Would you then choose to use this same external exposure calculation, the absorbed dose that they start with, for that hot piece of coal that you ingested internally to then attempt to calculate some type of internal dose? Furthermore, would you just simply multiply the external dose number by 20 and say, there you go, that's your internal dose to that hot coal, right? No, I don't think I would, and I don't think you would either. But that's exactly what is going on with our current risk model for exposure to ionizing radiation in the entire nuclear industry. How can we fix it? Now that you know exactly how the dose number they give you is incorrect. Because most of us, you know, if you don't study this, you know something's not right. But I'm explaining to you exactly why it's not right. So how do we fix it, right? This is something that happened back in the 1960s and 70s when they only had absorbed dose. Then they introduced equivalent and effective doses, right? First, the linear energy transfer is simply the energy deposited or absorbed over a distance. And this is simple mathematics. The LET for alpha radiation is a range between 100 and 150 kiloelectron volts per micron, versus gamma radiation in a range of 0.2 to 3 kiloelectron volts per micron, leaving an energy deposition density ratio of 500 to 50 alpha for 1 gamma. The LET is a range, and therefore the weighting factor or quality factor that differentiates between the different types of radiation should also be a range, not a fixed number, nor a ratio of 20 to 1, which is what they use now. Secondly, we must make them improve and change this relative biological effectiveness plateau for alpha radiation at approximately 100 kiloelectron volt per micron. This is what plateaus the dose for them and causes it to plateau at 20 instead of going up to 500, right? And so finally, we must stop averaging energy deposition and absorption over an entire body, a kilogram of mass, or an entire organ, especially when the energy is deposited in such a condensed, much smaller amount of mass locally at the point of interest, which is what I've been told they used to do before they averaged it over the kilogram. And don't get me started on the flaws of the no linear threshold model and this nonsense of hormesis. This proposed beneficial range in the dose of electron stripping ionizing radiation, of which actually seems to be what's called a biphasic cell response, creating a large peak at the low end of the dose, followed by a trough in the response curve before becoming parabolic as the dose increases from there. So with the analogy, I hope that we kind of understand the differences between external and internal exposure and how they're making this calculation and how this fixed number for alpha at 20, for neutron at 10, for beta, gamma, and X-ray at 1, this must be challenged. We must challenge this, right? Also, I have given Vina a copy of the paper I wrote. I believe she has some copies, but if you would like one and she doesn't have one, you can contact me. This kind of goes real deep into the science about it, and it's only about 7 pages, so it's a good read. Check that out. And I can't think of much more I can add to this. There's the amount of documents that she has, that Vina had. I spent about 3 months with her this last winter, and we went over the documents. And there's some telling pieces in there. What's his name? Marvin Resnikoff has done. He's created 2 papers based on that site. One is about the groundwater contamination, and one is about the process of making NOx fuel. So that's very interesting.
Our next speaker is Chris Albright. He's a resident of East Palestine, and he has been fighting, along with other residents of East Palestine, to get their story out about the contamination and their fight to get out of their contaminated homes, and also to get health care. And when you think about it, all of us in this country, our health care is generally dependent on our job. If we don't have a job, we have a problem with health care. And Medicaid, as everyone knows, has just been cut, which means 17 million people are going to be off Medicaid. 500,000 healthcare workers are going to lose their jobs as a result of cutting Medicaid. But for people who don't have jobs, have health care, they and their families are in deep jeopardy in this country. And Chris has been fighting and traveling really around the country to raise these issues. So welcome, Chris Albright.
Like Steve said, I do live out in East Palestine. I am a half of a mile away from where the train derailment actually happened. It's right by my house. I watched it. We took pictures of it on my phone that night. The night of the train derailment, the night it happened, we had the sheriff's office come to our house and tell us we had to evacuate. We're within a mile of the train, and we're actually within a half a mile. So I told my wife to grab the kids, get them out of here. I'll stay here, and 'cause we have dogs and cats and everything, you know. And I said, if it gets really bad, I'll get out. So I stayed here till Sunday. On Sunday, had other cops come to the house, tell us we had to get out. So at the time, I had just had my work truck there. My wife had to come get me or help me get the dogs out of there. As soon as she walked in the house, she goes, "Oh my God, you don't smell that." I'm like, "Smell what?" I was already nose blind to it at that point. Wasn't but a couple weeks after that there, I couldn't walk to the other side of the room without having to stop. I thought I had chemical pneumonia. I went to the doctor. I found out I had congestive heart failure. I'm a healthy man. I've always been very active. I coach hockey. I umpired softball. I golf. I hunted, fish, all kinds of stuff. I've always kept myself in shape. And to hear that was a kick in the gut. Found out after that that congestive heart failure turned into severe heart failure. My heart was working at less than 16% of what it should have been. That flipped my life upside down. I was unable to work, like Steve said. And at that point in time, too, I had a great job. I had a really good job. I had a six-figure job. I had great perks with it. I had great hours. Everything was there. Everything was set for my future with my family, to where we're going to be able to actually start living the life that we thought we deserved. And that all got stripped from me. Because of my heart failure, I lost my job. Because I lost my job, I lost my health benefits. Like Vina said about taking drugs and everything, and I don't have this on me just as a prop. 12 pills I have to take every single day. I'll be taking them soon. That's why they're on me right now. Without health insurance, that was tough to do for a while. One of my drugs that I take is $2,700 a month. I don't have a job. How can I afford that? What am I going to do? I'm going to die without these things. So my road, and it's not just me. There's a lot of other people in East Palestine. Bad example, but like there's things that are happening now. My daughter, like I said, she plays hockey. We just had her first practice the other day. At the end of practice, she came up to me crying because she couldn't breathe. She's 10 years old. That shouldn't be happening. Sorry, I get a little bit choked up talking about my daughter. There's another gentleman who lives 2 blocks away from me. Actually, he doesn't live there. He works there. He has a business there. He just went into the hospital not too long ago. He was, like a lot of the people, he was feeling feelings of lightheadedness. Just thought, hey, I stood up too quick. Hey, you know, it was this, something happened, whatever. I didn't eat well, whatever the case was. So he wrote it off. Got some nosebleeds, which, you know, hey, the air's dry, stress. We all do that there, you know. But in East Palestine, you got to think about everything that happens to you right now. He got sick the one day, was feeling really lightheaded, went out and laid down in the grass outside, and his hands just locked up. He got lockjaw. He couldn't barely move. He actually got himself to the police station. They took him to the hospital where he was found to be basically exposed to toxic chemicals, and it depleted his immune system. And that's what caused that there for him. One of the things I wanted to get to about why I'm here in a way is combining these communities of these sacrifice zones. Basically is what it is. I mean, you know, I had no idea about Pikeston up until I met Vina and what happened here and everything. And another one that I met in going around speaking and everything, I met people from Bhopal, India, if anybody was familiar with that there. 40 years ago, they had a chemical plant, Union Carbide, that blew up right there, and that was 40 years ago. One of the biggest things that we all have in common, though, is they're using the same damn playbook on how they're going to handle everything. They all write it off. They all tell us lies. They all make us seem that we're okay and everything's going to get better. Meanwhile, we're getting sicker and sicker. And people are dying and keep dying and getting worse. And some of the bad things about that, like the government agencies, when East Palestine happened, and they had, the train derailment was on Friday. They did the vent and burn on Monday. On Wednesday, they told us it was safe to go back to our house. The EPA said it was safe to go back to the house. It's the EPA. They're looking out for our best interest, right? It's safe to go back. It wasn't safe. We found out throughout the past 2.5 years now that there was a lot of lies being told by government agencies like the EPA, Norfolk Southern. You know, there's a lot of things that we've been lied to and told and led to believe that we're safe, and they're not. East Palestine is still heavily contaminated, and it's going to be probably forever. It's going to be, and until we can sit here, at least in my opinion, and join forces with other sacrifice zones like Pikeston, like Treasures Island, and everything, and then there's so many other ones across the country, and come at it with a united front to get the government to listen to us, nothing is going to change. And one of the things I always tell people too, around, you know, anywhere I've ever spoken, is, you know, there's train tracks all over the place. There's train tracks right over here. I saw them not too long ago. Or whatever direction I'm at, I don't know where I'm, you know. Until the things are changed with the railroad, this is what happened in East Palestine is going to happen to you guys. If it's not you guys, it's going to be the town down the street or the next city over. It's going to keep happening until something changes. And we all need railroads. We have to have the railroads. We got to have them. You know, I don't disagree with the railroads. I want safer railroads. I want them to make sure that what happened in East Palestine doesn't happen again. I know that because of what happened in East Palestine, my life is probably going to be cut short. I've had to pretty much almost accept that. When it comes to my kids and everything, I won't accept it. And when it comes to your kids and your families, you guys shouldn't accept it. Something should be being done now to prevent it going on later on down the road. It was a complete avoidable tragedy. One other small thing I want to say about East Palestine too is, if you guys are anybody familiar with it, with the vent and burn they had, they decided they were going to go in there and blow those tank cars up, which ignited and blew up, you know, millions of pounds of chemicals into the air. It covered over 18 different states, that toxic plume. But the bad thing about that was, I don't know if you guys know this one or not, they didn't have to do it. They did not have to do it. It has been proven they didn't have to do it. Those tank cars were cooling off. If they would have just left them alone, they would have cooled off enough, they could have moved them out of the way. But Norfolk Southern wanted to have their trains keep going through the town. They wanted to have that taken care of, get out of the way, let's put our tracks back up, let's get the trains moving again. And that's basically why they did it. When we were told we could go back to our house on that Wednesday, they already had trains going through our town. 2 days they had the tracks built back up and trains going through our town before we were not even allowed to go back to our own homes.
Governor DeWine.
What's that?
Governor DeWine.
Yes, well, that was Norfolk Southern too. Norfolk Southern pushed that and hid evidence from everything so that they could actually do that. Nothing was being told to the people who actually did it, the first responders. I'm a small town. We have 4,800 people in our town. I looked at the population here. There's of Portsmouth. There's over 17,000. We got not even 5,000 in our town. So for like our first responders, they don't know what's going on. They're all volunteers. They didn't know what's right and what's wrong. They did what they were told, and because of that, they poisoned not just the 5,000 in East Palestine, but hundreds of thousands, if not millions more, over the 18 states that plume covered. It went all the way up to Canada. It's been a hell of a last 2.5 years. Completely changed my life and everything. One of the good things I will say though about if there's anything good to be brought out of that tragedy that happened in East Palestine, was some of the people I've met along the way. People like Vina and everything who are still fighting in their communities. Steve Zeltzer back there, Penny Logston, Max Albright. I've met so many different good people along the way. There's a lot of good people out there who still care and want to help. And we just got to keep fighting. We have to keep fighting. I mean, there's times I sit at home and I go, this is futile. This is useless. We're not getting anywhere. I've got burnout. I've gotten tired. But like I said earlier, I know that this is going to happen again. Whether it is a train derailment or a chemical explosion, anything like that, it's going to happen again. And until we stand up united and fight against it, nothing's going to change. So that's my story. Anybody, any questions on anything? Yes.
I have two things. One, are you still in your current house that you was before? Okay.
Well, with that there, I'll say this. Like I said, I had a good job. I had a 6-figure job. Me and my wife were looking at houses. We wanted to move a little bit. Like I still have all my family's in that area. But we finally got to the point in my life, like, give you a little bit of a background. I sold furniture for like 21 years before that. Furniture goes up and down. I finally had a good job, 6-figure job. We're going to get out. And that happened. And that completely ruined that. So, yes, I am still in the house. And
Okay. And then second, my friend is the one that drives the trains out from Portsmouth plant. And last year when he drove the train out, he didn't have to sign anything. But when he started driving them out this year, they made him start signing a release that he takes full responsibility of everything on that train. And I've told him that it's a ticking time bomb, and he said, oh, I know, it's going to be like East Palestine one day. I said, but you're going to be on the line for it. They're going to blame you.
they don't want to take responsibility. That's been proven in East Palestine. They do not want to have the responsibility for it. Yes.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. Name some senators that you went to that's done nothing for us. Name them. Name them.
You can.
Are you afraid to name them?
The centers are.
There's been a whole slew. I mean, we got Sherrod Brown. We got J.D. Vance. Absolutely. Biden, Harris, Trump. I mean, we've gone after not just senators. We've gone through everybody. We've been to D.C. We've gone to the EPA office. We protested out the EPA office. We've been to the AFL-CIO. We've done all kinds of things. There's not just me, but a lot of people in town. We've all written and done. I could pull up letter after letter that's been written to a lot of different senators, representatives in Pennsylvania and in Ohio, and up above them too.
I hate to seem agitated, but these people have names, and they were voted, duly elected to represent people that have been marginalized, sacrificed, and they get one job and they want the next job.
Yeah.
And I can tell you personally that Dr. Menuda, myself, and Charles Lawson went to Senator Vance, and we told him what had happened at Pikeston. And Mr. Gray was his, Brian Gray was his attaché. He knows.
What's Brown?
The president and the RECA. Now, you're not involved in RECA. We are. We weren't Manhattan Project. But I want to put out some information to some people here. Paducah, we're sister plants. Sister. So, we're sister plant to Paducah. So if you're the father, which would be the country, the government, you favor one sister over another, and you do not give Portsmouth RECA, but you give it to Paducah. Now, how can you do that when they are made on the same design? Everyone knows that they leaked. Vice President Vance knows that they leaked.
With documents.
With documents shown to him, given to him. I might be taking this meeting somewhere. I think this is what people want to know. They do know. Vina showed them. We've showed them. There's all kinds of factions of people that's taken documents. Now, because Tim Ryan would not separate from the Biden administration, he didn't win his election. That's what people suggest. but he got beat by Vance, so we took the information to Vance. Now he's vice president. They can't develop Portsmouth if they give RECA because they have to admit that it's contaminated. And it is contaminated, and they know it.
Well, that's one of the things we very briefly, or one of the things we've said about East Palestine. If they come into East Palestine and say, we're going to take care of you. Well, if they take care of us, then they got to start doing it around the country. They got to start doing it everywhere, and they don't want to do that. They don't want to. They don't want to sit there exactly and do that.
Yours was an acute incident. Ours has been chronic. It's been going on for decades, and they're ignoring it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm saying that a safe plant is safe. It's welcomed by the community. A safe plant is, but an unsafe plant doing unsafe things is not.
Like I said about the railroads, we need railroads. I want safe
agree.
railroads. That's what I want. I don't want to abolish them. I just want safe ones.
And Chris, I don't know if you know or not, but the railroad workers brought in these depleted uranium cylinders in their trains. And some of these railroad workers that I know sat on these cylinders. And the railroad workers that sat on these cylinders are dead right now with cancer. And right now, the railroad is offering these railroad workers compensation for their cancers. But we're going to ask all the questions and stuff, but we need all these speakers first, and then you can speak up.
I'm going to leave without hearing my questions about East Palestine. I think it's critically important that before people leave, that they hear. It'll take 2 minutes. When it first happened, Governor DeWine's local liaison contacted me. I emailed her back, and I stopped there for a few days when I realized when he had his daily news conference, it was exactly what was in my emails without giving me credit for pointing them in the right direction. And then they have state boards. I'm an independent consultant. There's nothing on any of the mandated state boards for people like me. I'd have come up the first weekend, and the stuff that you're talking about very likely would not have happened because of the lack of leadership in Columbus. Now, very briefly, you mentioned several conditions. In the toxicology work that I do, I made a quick list: arsenic, lead, benzene, asbestos, hydrogen fluoride, diesel fuels. We'd have had the damn thing solved and immediate response within a week. This is the insanity when government fails to act. And then closing comment. On the first anniversary, Bill Carroll, who's a former president of the American Chemical Society, he and I had written articles for the flagship journal, which is Chemical and Engineering News. We need to use this as a lesson learned. So when this happens again,
And it will.
it will happen again, you deploy the expertise in your community. Cut the BS. We're all human beings. Do it right the first time. Vina, thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Dr. Ketter. He's going to be speaking on behalf of Joe Rinsky, the FBI person who winded up getting COVID. But he did send a little thing for us to say, so we're going to let Dr. Ketter talk on behalf.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for coming and sharing your Sunday afternoon with us here in this sort of dark, dismal space and the subject matter that we're talking about. My name's Michael Ketterer. I am going to make a few remarks on behalf of my colleague and friend John Lipsky, Lipsky. John and I have known each other for about 10 years in association with oversight of the Rocky Flats, former plutonium pit production facility in suburban Denver, Colorado. John and I have been working on that for a while, and I suggested to Vina that at this meeting it would be good to have his perspective on the events that this community is dealing with, and also East Palestine too, and others around the United States. John and I talk regularly about different sites that I'm involved in, Los Alamos and West Valley and Pikeston and others, Rocky Flats. So John was a Las Vegas, Nevada police officer when, in 1984, he joined the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the FBI. In 1989, the kind of pivotal thing in John's career with the FBI was he was the special agent in charge of the criminal search warrant that was executed by the FBI at the Rocky Flats nuclear weapons plant in outside of Golden, Colorado, near Denver, as I said. So John led a team of 80 FBI agents and EPA special agent criminal investigators with laboratory support from EPA and other agencies. And they went in there and were looking at a lot of conspiracies associated with illicit disposal of toxic chemicals in association with plutonium pit production. And later on, John told me that from his perspective as an FBI agent, the Bureau was in a position where in 1988, 1989, it could have and perhaps should have conducted criminal search warrants at every Department of Energy facility from coast to coast, including here. So we have to believe that during this period of time when, in the late 80s, Rocky Flats was the target of FBI's criminal investigation, which John led, the same kinds of things have happened at every Department of Energy facility. They must have. But, you know, the people that perpetrated these things most of them are probably deceased at this point in time. Nevertheless, John led the criminal search warrant and testified at length to the federal grand jury that was convened. There was a settlement in the case, and Rockwell, the defendant in the case, essentially escaped any criminal penalty, paid a fine of something like $18 million, and there was kind of a deal made, you might say, in the settlement of this, with the grand jury transcripts being sealed and put away. So a lot of things happened in the follow-up grand jury in the early 90s that have not really ever seen the light of day. Some of this is told in the story in John Lipsky's book, The Runaway. It's not John's book, but he's featured in it. It's called The Runaway Grand Jury. It talks about the grand jury trials, grand jury hearings on the Rocky Flats evidence. At any rate, fast forwarding 35 years, John is now retired FBI special agent, friend of mine, and we together work on different things in nuclear oversight. So he was going to come here and make some comments, and I think there's two essential things that are in his message. Number one is that there's a lot of shenanigans played in what kind of dose is permissible, and the salient point that I think John wanted to make from the text messages that he sent to Vina was that Portsmouth is not an NRC, Nuclear Regulatory Commission, regulated site. It is not. It is supposed to be subject to other things like the Clean Air Act and so on, and therefore the permissible doses are considerably lower. Instead of 25 millirems per year from the site, it's more like 10 millirems per year by the site. So that was point number one that I got from his text messages. Point number two is another elephant that is in the room everywhere at all kinds of sites, not just, you know, Department of Energy or DOD sites, Department of Defense sites. PFAS, perfluorinated alkyl substances, or forever chemicals as they're sometimes known. These substances are pervasive everywhere in the environment, but there are big concentrations of them, and The Department of Energy has, at all of its sites, essentially escaped accountability. Just to give you an idea of how bad the problem is, this is another site elsewhere. In New Mexico, there's an Air Force base, Cannon Air Force Base, that's soaked in PFAS from extensive firefighting foam, AFFF usages there. And the situation is so bad that the state of New Mexico Environment Department and the Attorney General of the state is suing the Department of Defense to do something about this. And the last study measured huge concentrations of PFAS compounds in people's blood that live near this. This site has already ruined a dairy industry. We must be kidding ourselves if we don't think that this same problem of PFAS isn't here too, at Portsmouth, at all of these places. So, once again, I'm not John Lipsky. I'm speaking in his stead. He's a very good friend of mine. He came down with COVID, and reluctantly, of course, that happens at an inopportune time. So, John is our, he's in our camp, you might say, in all ways. And he does spectacular investigative work. And I also use, I use his insight in many, many things. So, John, we want you to get better.
Terry Smith.
My name is Terry Ann Smith. I live in Athens, Ohio. And I met Vina, gosh, 2 decades ago now? I can't even believe that. But I was interested, she came to Athens to talk about, you know, the contamination here, and I didn't even know anything about it. So I'll fast forward and edit everything. Her and I have done a lot of work to get her compensated through the EEOI-CPA. And I have to say that she finally did get compensated. She talked about that, but it took years, and they just have all these like roadblocks that are woven into the legislation through the Department of Labor. She was denied. How many times were you denied before you finally got compensated?
My records were locked up 3 times in Washington, D.C. We had to get them unlocked, and our caseworkers weren't reading our records. And my file was this big, and the caseworker didn't even know I had lung conditions. So,
and she went into debt on her credit cards, like hundreds of thousands of dollars, until she finally got compensated. So there's
no one's ever paid me to do this work.
Not that,
I've never got a grant.
Her
I've
medical
never, so
records.
it came out of my pocket.
Yeah. So and that just covered your medical, and it wasn't even that much. So anyway, so there's a problem with that legislation. A lot of problems. And I haven't really been active for a while with these issues because I've been on to other things, but I was on the SSAB board for almost 2 years, back in 2011, I think, and 12, and I went to many meetings, and Vina would come and raise the issues of plutonium and contamination and neptunium, transuranium, all the contaminants. And the SSAB board would never do anything about it. And I was the only one that would kind of talk about it. But it was, the board is stacked. It's always been, the DOE invites board members to this SSAB board, and the board was stacked then, and now it's stacked because I just reviewed it before I came here, and it's all, most of its members are mostly interested in economic development, or they are in some way, or they're politicians. So the board doesn't have, never, the SSAB board for the Department of Energy for this site, for the Pikeston site, has never had a fair representation of actual community members. It's always been, like I said, people that are interested in the economic development of the community, or politicians. But what else was I going to talk about?
You were just going to talk about the
SSAB board. Yeah, oh, and also I did do some research.
We were wondering if Doe was going to leave the county commissioner. It's just been indicted on the board, or
Oh,
are
I
they
didn't
gonna
even know
ask
about-
him to leave? I've nominated Dr. David Menuda, who is the chief scientist of the plant. He's a doctor of nuclear chemistry. He's a professional witness. I've nominated Dr. David Menuda, and everybody knew that Brian Davis was probably the John Doe in this indictment. And he sat on that board, never went to the meetings.
Oh.
Never went to any of the meetings. He wasn't at the meetings. Now he's been indicted, and we're just wondering if Jeremy Davis is going to leave him on there, or if he would accept Dr. David Menuda to take his place, somebody that might know something.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously.
Yeah,
It sounds like a joke, but it's not a joke.
Well, it's just, I'll close this out by just saying, I just can't believe that it's been 14 years ago since I was on the board, and the board, it just doesn't do anything. It's just the same, it's irrelevant, and it's, I don't know. Anyway, that's just my take on the whole thing.
Hi, I'm Kevin. I'm a lawyer who represents the people I'm interested. I heard the term sacrifice zone. That's where I work, in sacrifice zones. Sacrifice zones are places where a compelling national interest is more important to those in power than the health of the local citizens. Metropolis, Illinois is a sacrifice zone. Honeywell is responsible for their cancers. St. Louis is a sacrifice zone, North County. We're all responsible for their sacrifice. We won World War II because of them. And Paducah is a sacrifice zone. Y-12 is a sacrifice zone. Rocky Flats is a sacrifice zone. Pikeston is a sacrifice zone, designed, and then Palestine is an accidental sacrifice zone. But we've decided we need railroads, and the railroads need to carry things, and railroads need to make a profit. Fortunately for the people in the business, the Ukraine war happened, and that's been fortunate for the people that are in the nuclear business. It's been a great development for them. Uranium's trading about 40 times higher than it was, so the billionaires are going to be okay. They can buy some more spaceships, because that's what they need, and some bunkers for the rest of us when we're all sacrificed. But Pikeston is a good place where you can learn that politics won't help. There's no reason Paducah should be in RECA other than the fact that the people in Paducah, many of their lives and their health have been sacrificed so we could all have nuclear power. So that's why the people in Paducah have RECA. Why the people in Pikeston don't have RECA is a mystery. This is a nuclear weapons site. You couldn't make nuclear weapons without Pikeston. We'd be speaking Russian without people like Chick and Dr. Menuda and Vina. So there we go. But listen, it comes down to basic emission control, basic landfill management. This isn't rocket science. What they might do in the buildings is rocket science, but environmental controls aren't. You spend more money, you can collect more dust. You know, you can protect people, but it's a sacrifice of profit. Profit is not a compelling national interest, but here it is. I think that in RECA what you've found is that there's going to be a lot of people who, for whatever political reason, found themselves in a fortunate position. Maybe it's because Mitch McConnell lives in Kentucky. Maybe that's why it's in Pikeston. But then you think, well, wait a minute, doesn't Vance come from Ohio? Isn't he the vice president? So, you know, and I've spent about 1.5 years, 2 years in Washington. A little bird told me I needed to go because we couldn't get on site to take samples. Still can't get on site to take samples. at the Pikeston facility. I'm an environmental lawyer. I work in sacrifice zones. I represent communities. It's never easy. There's always headwinds. In Pikeston, I fight a shadow enemy, the DOE. They aren't sued. I didn't sue them. I sued the contractors. That's the way everything's set up. And the contractors are their shield from direct actions. But they own the property, and they're in control. And they also indemnify the contractors. So when the contractors like Fluor get nailed, or like Rockwell in Rocky Flats, we just heard about, gets nailed, okay? Who pays for it? Well, not the contractors. They just get to keep their money, because shareholders. Now, that's a national compelling interest. Returns for shareholders, right? We can all get behind that. Pension funds, hedge funds, other billionaires. It's really important for them to make their profit. And so we've got this indemnity scheme. So even when they poison people, they don't really pay for it. Hanford, none of the contractors there paid. National Lead in Fernald, Ohio, a model for what should happen in Pikeston. National Lead was indemnified, okay? So that's what we have here. And there's a lot of money being made on the cleanup. There's been a lot of money being made on the deactivation. And there's been a lot of attention on the workers. And there's been a lot of attention on dose. Everyone in Pikeston, the word dose in places like Metropolis, North County, St. Louis, and Pikeston are more important than when other communities like Gallipolis, when they think of dose, they think of, I got a headache, I got to take 2 aspirin. In Pikeston, your dose is a mathematical expression of risk determined by the priesthood, the International Committee on Radiation Protection, the health physicists, okay? And Mr. Mobley did a great job of laying out some of the problems there. But, the dose calculations are accurate in that they did their arithmetic correct once they laid out all of the formula, okay? And the dose calculations correctly measure, if you would assume a certain amount of radiation going to a certain amount of tissue, they're all correct, but they're all a lie at the same time. Your math can be right, but it can still be a lie. I mean, Senator Rayburn, decades ago, there's 3 kinds of lies: lies, damn lies, and statistics, okay? And I think that the dose calculations are a great example of that. The dose calculations, like a lot of you, the people from East Palestine, I'll see no hands. But everybody here raised their hand if you heard the term 100 millirem effective dose. How many people have heard that? Right. People in Richie's barbecue know the term 100 millirem effective dose, because that is the standard they say everyone has to meet. It's impossible. Okay, you can't get 100 millirem effective dose. Not the way they measure it, so nobody ever gets compensated, would be what one would assume, right? But, they ignore the fact that, now, I've asked how many people heard the 100 millirem dose, how many people heard of the 25 millirem target organ dose? All right, a few more people have heard of the target organ dose. A lawyer has heard of the target organ dose. That's because there's a different dose for people who live off-site. It's a 25 millirem target organ dose. It's easier to achieve, but it's still false, because it's all based upon the idea that at a certain level of effective dose or equivalent dose or even absorbed dose, at an effective level, there is a level at which you've not seen an increase in the relative risk of cancer from exposure to uranium in a community or a population, okay? And so one of my experts, Colonel Trost, was a colonel in the Nuclear, Biological, and Chemical Command of the United States Army, went on to become a chief scientist, like Dr. Menuda. He was chief scientist in the EPA, Dr. Trost, Colonel Trost was. Colonel Trost directs us to a Department of Defense guidance for Department of Defense folks who are going to be advising commanders. And it basically says, hey, if you've been exposed to a dose higher than 100 milligrams, doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get cancer. And if you're exposed to a dose below 100 milligrams, it doesn't necessarily mean that that dose will not give you cancer. That's because there's two types of risk: stochastic risk and deterministic risk. Now, I'll never tell this to a jury because this audience is pretty interested in stochastic risk. For example, the man in the back, Chris, who just spoke about, oh, they said there's no harm. Well, that's stochastic risk, also called the Monte Carlo theory. So when you hear something called the Monte Carlo theory, and you're thinking about your own health, you're thinking, I don't really want to go to the casino with my life. But in Pikeston, Paducah, Metropolis, North County, St. Louis, you do. Every day you take a dice roll. Because we heard, I think Mr. Mobley mentioned linear no threshold. Linear no threshold is, in layman's term, no safe dose. But that's inaccurate. What it means is there's no exposure below which the risk does not exist. If I were to take Vina and we were to set a bottle of tequila between us and we set up a bunch of shot glasses, we start taking shots, all right? Eventually, after 2 shots, I'd be feeling a buzz. I don't know how many you'd need, but after a bunch of shots, we'd be blind drunk, and it's a dose-response curve. The more tequila you drink, the drunker you get, okay? But imagine there's a tequila where you could have a big old bottle, and you could take 7 shots and just have to deal with the nasty tequila taste, right? But you wouldn't get drunk. But you don't know, but one of those shots could kill you. You don't know which one. That's stochastic risk, okay? How many dice rolls is it going to take before a whole bunch of people begin to show the same malady, all right? So there's a problem right away. Deterministic risk, we heard Mr. Mobley talk about absorbed tissue dose. That's really where the rubber meets the road in Pikeston, Metropolis, Paducah, East Palestine. Although you don't have such the fraudulent dose response regime that the radiation communities face. So there's this deterministic risk. I know there's a particle lodged in my lung. I can estimate by other particles I've gathered in the community that the particle has such a diameter and it's made up. I can shoot it with an X-ray and I can tell what the elemental composition of it. Can't determine the isotopic identification with SEM, but I can get an elemental map of my particle and I can say, hey, I got a 20 micron uranium-235 particle. I look at my ICRP dose calculations, I figure out the dose coefficient, I'm a health physicist, I know what I'm doing. I'm not, I'm a lawyer, I hire health physicists, but anyway, this hypothetical height can calculate the dose to a cell within 30 microns because alpha particles are like little cannonballs, but they don't have a great deal of distance, they don't have good range, and they lose their energy. But if they go, there's a kill zone where you're okay. If that alpha particle kills a cell, you don't have to worry about that one so much. It's the one it doesn't kill. It's the one it hurts. It's the one it mutates. It's the one when that radioactive cannonball goes by with all of that energy, it disturbs. Oh, wait a minute. What's going wrong here?
Plug that cord in.
Oh, plug this cord? Okay. All right. When that cannonball goes by, it disrupts the electron shells. Am I right, Dr. Ketterer?
Reasonably.
Reasonably. Yeah. All the sciences. That's why I'm a lawyer, not a doctor.
Ask a chemist, but ask a different chemist.
Okay, ask a different chemist. Right. I'm reasonably correct, okay? That's deterministic risk. That's a real risk. There's a real particle. We really measure it. It's not just a casino, okay? Now listen, in defense of the industry, Okay? The problem in places where we get together in an echo chamber, just like in their echo chambers, we don't hear the other side. Okay? So here's the other side of the story, and this is a story I have to always acknowledge. Listen, we got climate change. What if we hadn't had the contribution of nuclear energy of 25% of our electricity for the last 50 years? Okay? What would have happened then? What would have happened in a geopolitical setting if we hadn't had nuclear weapons as a deterrent? Things could have happened, right? And this is what the industry tells us, all right? That's their national compelling interest. And so we go to politics. Well, in the political realm, there's money to be made. They make an argument about security. They make an argument about the environment. There's always another side, okay? But why do we have the doses? Because every industry needs a number to hit, all right? They need something that they can beat. They need something in their permit. They need an emission limit. I don't care if you're making Pop-Tarts, okay? You're going to emit something. You're going to have something come out of your plant, okay? You got to have a number. In nuclear energy, they couldn't tell us the truth in the 50s. If everybody would have known what the real truth was and they knew it, there would have been a lot more opposition than they faced in a time where the leaders determined to be critical interests. Well, now here we get down to politics versus courts, all right? RICA left Pikeston out in the cold, okay? Years ago, RICA left everybody out in the cold except politically connected folks out west, okay? And they had a great, easy story. You know, this killed John Wayne, all right? If it kills John Wayne, then maybe we need to pass a law, okay? John Wayne was in St. George and got dosed pretty bad, and he died of a RICA cancer, okay? So, but no, ain't no John Waynes in Pikeston, okay? So you got politics versus courts. Lawyers are not that great at delivering justice, although it's our job. We're pretty good at delivering checks sometimes, little checks, okay? But environmental lawyers have to work on what's called injunctive relief. So what's the relief we're seeking for Pikeston? It's the exact same relief we sought for. Well, it's not quite. It's a little bit more expansive, but it's essentially the relief we fought for in Texas against an outfit called Arkema. In that case, we filed a class action asking for injunctive relief, saying there's a class issue. It was in Texas, Fifth Circuit, bad law, okay? But we were able to argue Texas property law, trespass. Trespass is property, is pretty important in Texas. And you can get a judge, you can even get the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals to go your way if you're trying to protect property, okay? Protecting people is not as easy, but we have medical monitoring claims that we bring. Medical monitoring, believe it or not, has nothing to do with personal injury. And it's like, wait a minute, and this is the next place where you get to explain to conservative judges that medical monitoring is a claim that sounds in property. There's been a trespass on your property. And so now you have an economic obligation because of the trespass. You've been exposed to a toxin. So you're entitled to get compensated or get injunctive relief to relieve you from that economic obligation to pay for expensive tests because you didn't cause the trespass, someone else did. All right? So medical monitoring. Baylor University is executing a medical monitoring or a medical surveillance program in Crosby, Texas. In Mingo County, where we started this, in West Virginia, Cole, we have a medical monitoring program. Medical monitoring is when you know what disease can be caused by the toxin. Medical surveillance is when you know that the toxin, that there's been a serious exposure to a dangerous toxin, but you're not sure what this mixture of chemicals, what the end point, what the diseases might be. So you look at the population to see what diseases are happening, okay? That's medical surveillance. In Pikeston, oh, and then also in Arkema, in Crosby, Texas, property testing is being done, okay? We're testing the people's homes if they want it done. So what they need in Pikeston, what the people in Metropolis need, what the people in North County, St. Louis need, is they need medical monitoring, because we all know about the cancer, but you know, the steel workers I've been talking to, they've all got thyroid issues. They had thyroid issues in Mingo County too. Guess what? In Mingo County now, our medical monitoring program has revealed that there's a tie between heavy metal exposure and thyroid diseases. Hashimoto and Graves, to be specific. So, you know, with this in mind, there are ways in the court to get around the politicians. There's other people talking to the politicians. There's people who need electricity, all right? They're talking to the politicians. People who want to make money off of electricity. They're talking to the politicians. There's people who want to make money off cleanup. They're talking to the politicians. All of these are legitimate interests, okay? But in the jury, in the courtroom, in the judge, with the insurance adjuster, with the DOE, you know, there's a jury out there that hangs a threat over their heads. Now, most people who bring these cases lose, okay? I lost some cases. Anybody says they don't is generally a county prosecutor, gets to pick and choose who he prosecutes, okay? But if you just go out into the wilderness, you're going to lose some cases. I can't say whether I'm going to win this one or not, or North County, or the other ones, but I can tell you some things are happening. In North County, St. Louis, our case there, the Mazzocchio sisters have multiple myeloma. We have a case for them, and I've got I work with a young lawyer, Victor Cobb. His first argument in the 8th Circuit, he won, and he overturned the dose regime. He overturned the dose calculation regime in the 8th Circuit. So, of all of those in Pikeston who are worried about dose, if you live in Missouri or Arkansas, I don't know where else the 8th Circuit goes, but if you live on the other side of the Mississippi, the law there now is that state substantive law controls, which means no 100 millirem, no 25 millirem. You go like everybody else in the world goes, like the defendants in Arkema had to defend, and they couldn't defend, like the defendants in Mingo County, West Virginia had to defend, and they couldn't defend. You take an environmental sample, you take a scoop of something, and you measure it, like Dr. Ketterer does. And you say, hey, this scoop has X amount of methyl dex, okay, and methyl dex is going to kill you, okay? There is no methyl dex, okay, but methyl dex, and there's a limit, and you got to have 2 parts per billion methyl hex, or you're in trouble, okay? And that's how most environmental regulation is done. Now, you know, listen, East Palestine, they're subject to the same scoop idea, but it's a lot easier to win in a scoop case than in a case where there's a black box priesthood formula that puts you in a casino, okay? So in Missouri and in Denver, Rocky Flats, Gorsuch, okay? Gorsuch may not be a hero to many people, but to those in Pikeston, Paducah, Metropolis, North County, Y12, Gorsuch is your man on the Supreme Court. He's the one that did away with the dose calculation regime in the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals when he wrote Rockwell v. Cook and said, no, Congress was very, very clear. State law controls if someone says their property or their body has been injured by radiation. The Price-Anderson Act, passed in the 50s. It was passed before Pikeston was built. It was passed with Pikeston in mind, okay, and Paducah in mind. When Eisenhower gave the "Don't Trust the Military-Industrial Complex" on Christmas Eve, 1960, okay, I think he was thinking about North County, St. Louis. I think he was thinking about Pikeston, and he was thinking about Paducah, because I guarantee you Eisenhower knew about Paducah and Pikeston. If you said Pikeston or Portsmouth gaseous diffusion plant to fool the Russian spies, if you said that, then he knew what you were talking about, okay? So this dose regime can go. We've got a case before the Supreme Court right now. They're weighing whether or not they're going to take it or not. If they take it, it's good for Pikeston, because I think we're going to win. Gorsuch, I mean, here's the people here's the people we think would go our way. Gorsuch, Alito, Comey Barrett, Thomas, Roberts, maybe all 9 of them, but we pretty, yeah. Oh, and Kavanaugh, because if Gorsuch goes to the left, if Gorsuch jumps this way, Kavanaugh, if Gorsuch jumps off a bridge, Kavanaugh will be right behind him. Okay, so, you know, those are the folks we're counting on. The other 3 probably want you to win. And then on the other hand, it's not good for the Mazzocchio girls. It's not good for the people in North County, St. Louis. Because right there, the law is already set. There's no gamble. If they don't take the case, the dose calculation regime is nixed in the 8th Circuit, but it still lives here. But if the Supreme Court takes it, then the people of St. Louis have their victory at risk. So everything in this business is you know, like a half measure, because everything, hey, the dose calculation's BS, but we're not speaking Russian and the lights are on. So that's what juries have to weigh. And like when you go into court, it's not like the other guy's going to say, gosh, he's right, okay? I mean, they're going to say I'm right about some things. It's like I'm going to say they're right about some things, because we're each right about things. Our health physicists really don't disagree. They say, well, you know, I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm just saying he uses different assumptions. That's how physics are. Schrodinger's cat. The cat's alive, the cat's dead, the dose is above 100 millirem, it's below, it's 25 millirem, whatever, okay? But there are places where this has happened successfully. They say, okay, like somebody's talking about, there's multiple different cancers in a different family. And people think, oh, a cancer cluster is, everybody's got to have small cell renal carcinoma, okay, or it ain't a cluster. Listen, Mangano compared the county data. We litigated and got a hold of the actual cancer registry data. So this is what it says, okay? We looked at the 5 census tracts closest to the plant. And we did 2 things. We compared them to the state averages, and we compared it, and then we took a random number generator and picked 5 other census tracts. As we ended up with like the 2nd worst county in the area, in the state. But even with that, okay, and we were looking because our clients are children. The people who have come to us are primarily either children or they were children when they were exposed and they're young. So here's what we have. We have all cancers underneath 25. So below 25 is like that would be a childhood cancer, because of the latency, you're going to be exposed during childhood. Below 25, all cancers, 3 to 4 times. Okay, like I'm not sure if it's 300 or 400%, but all of these are 3 to 400%. All cancers under 25, 3 to 400% above state averages, okay? Thyroid cancers under 25, 3 to 400% above state averages, all right? Blood diseases, 3 to 400% above state averages, all right? Now, you get that going, and then the next thing they say is, your N is too small. Your cohort. You know, you're talking about a tiny area. How many people are in those census blocks, bucko? You know, you're statistical, you cannot meet 95% upper confidence level. You know, you're right. Got me. Okay, but on the other hand, North County got 25,000 people. So how are you going to explain that, first of all? And I got a map just like this one, although nowhere near the exceedances that you see in Pikeston. Our whole career, all the people I work with, we've never seen anything like Pikeston. Okay? So then you come to the fact, well, wait a minute. Okay, maybe I don't get the 95% confidence level when I do my calculation for the all cancer. But you know, I got all cancer, I got thyroid, I got leukemia, lymphoma, okay? And then you got the county data, exceedance, and the father of modern toxicology. Everybody, the defendants always say the father of toxicology, Paracelsus says the dose makes the poison, and he worked for kings and poisoned other kings and tried to protect the people he worked for from being poisoned. That's the father of toxicology. It's the science of poison, right? The father of modern toxicology is Bradford Hill. And Hill's criteria is what toxicologists use to determine general causation. Can an amount of a toxin cause? Can it cause? Not did it cause, not in this human, but in all humans, can it generally cause an end effect? And the first of his 9 criteria is temporality. That's the only one that is required. And that is the exposure has to predate the disease. Then he has association. And that's where the industry tries to live. They say 100 millirem. We haven't seen a statistical exceedance above X. But then remember what the Department of Defense says to the company commanders about where to let their boys sleep at night. They say, you can't trust the dose. Make sure you just don't get them exposed, okay? Because they know linear no threshold, all right? Then so you wind all that up, and what do you have? You got a legal system that has a false standard, but in places like Pikeston, you can beat the standard. You have people saying you can't win a cancer case. No, people win cancer cases all the time. You got people saying there's no cancer cluster because it's not this type of cancer. Listen, you can look at that, all right? And what did Bradford Hill say? There's biological plausibility. We cover that. Analogy, all the others. Experiment. There's been experiments done on all sorts of animals. But as association, he says, even in the slightest, because evidence of association, and basic, I can't quote it, but evidence of association, is a many-splendored thing, and you really can't be sure about the statistics because damn lies, and statistics, all right? So what do you have here? Bradford says any evidence of association, then you go on to the other 7 criteria, all right? And we got those down, all right? So when you sum it all up, these are sacrifice zones. The other side has good arguments that are persuasive with politicians. Politicians didn't carry the day for you yet. Cases can lose, but what you have to do is, even if we lose our trial, science is going to move forward. People like Mangano and Ketterer and Minuta are out there, and so you just have to keep pushing forward and win them where you can, celebrate where you can. If you got a victory in Palestine, have a party, tell people about it, okay?
Can you bring Julie up now with you?
Oh, and then Julie, my client, is now up next, and she'll talk about, and she's a property owner who has highly contaminated property. We tested it.
I've never publicly spoken out about our experience, basically because we didn't want our daughter used for some unknown agenda. Vina got a hold of me though a couple months ago, and she was talking to me about where I grew up, and she had notified my mom that our well was contaminated. And this would have been in my early 20s. I don't remember being there when Vina stopped, but I do remember my mom initiating the getting off of the well water and hooking up to county water. Even as a child, I remember people coming in from the plant. I'd get home after school before my mom would get home from work, and someone would pull up in their utility truck or work truck from the plant, and two people would come in dressed in their blue suits and want to come in and take water samples. But I had seen it so often, I never really gave it any thought. I mean, that's just how we grew up. You know, they were all over our neighborhood all the time. I remember some mornings waking up where there's this thick black dust over everything, and it's on the houses and the cars and on the grass and the sidewalks. And people from the plant would come around and bring us detergent to wash our houses down with, or our cars, like that's going to make all this stuff go away. But you know, as a kid, you didn't think about stuff like that. What got me thinking about this, and what got my family thinking about a connection between our daughter and all of this stuff happening, was that when she passed away, we were all genetically tested. They wanted to test my husband, myself, and her 3 siblings, because they were just positive that one of us was a carrier to this disease she had, because initially it should have been genetic. They were just astounded that the test came back negative. My husband and I are not carriers. Our kids don't have it. What she was diagnosed with is called GATA2 mutation. She was the 58th diagnosed case with this disease. She spent her whole senior year of high school in Cincinnati Children's or at Ronald McDonald in treatment. And we had to be within 20 to 30 minutes of the hospital at all times. And what initially started as a bone marrow transplant that would keep us there 4 months turned into 2 bone marrow transplants and 13 months of living there without being home with our family. And I got to the point where I was so savvy at watching her numbers on her blood work, I would sneak her home on Saturday mornings, because we were not supposed to be away from Ronald McDonald for more than 24 hours, or you would lose your room. So I would sneak her home on Saturday mornings as long as her numbers were up, and I would make sure that she kept her mask on anytime we went home or anywhere we went. My husband would get the kids involved and disinfect the whole house because we had pets. She had a horse that she loved more than she loved us. And she wasn't supposed to be around him. She couldn't be in contact with horse manure or anything like that. But I knew, as her parent and being with her all the time and watching her go through all of this stuff, I was not going to keep her away from her horse. That was what kept her going. And when we would go home, we would sneak home on Saturday mornings. We'd stay home. We'd stay all night at home. And then I would get her back the next day to Ronald McDonald, and nobody was the wiser, I think. I thought I was hiding it from her doctors as well, but they also knew that we were sneaking home, and they were okay with that because they knew she had been there too long and she needed to get home and see her family and see her friends and just be home for some time, you know. So She was diagnosed with something that is normally a genetic diagnosis. It's called GATA2 mutation, and it causes MDS, which is myelodysplastic syndrome. Had we not caught her disease in time, it would have developed into AML, which is acute myeloid leukemia. So basically, she had pre-leukemia. She had one bone marrow transplant, and then she got sick and had to take some very strong antibiotic medications for an infection she had, which wiped out the first transplant. So we had to get a new transplant donor, and she had to have another transplant about 3 months after the first one. And she was released then from the hospital in late March, I believe, which by then she should have been out and home, because we went in October. This is her senior picture, and this should not be any child's senior picture with no hair, but she rocked it, and she always told me, "Mom, it is what it is." And I think she knew that she was not coming home from this. And I think with me being there with her so much, I think I started thinking that too. So we just made the best of every minute we had. And I have to say that we had more fun together in that year than we had had together when she was younger, because we appreciated it more. And it doesn't get any easier. We're coming up on 10 years in November that she's been gone. It doesn't get any easier. People tell you it does. It doesn't. You just get better at surviving and keeping it buried below the surface.
Thank you, Joey.
How far away from the plant do you live?
When I was growing up, my parents' property was separated by a barbed wire fence. And then,
You had a sister.
yes, I lost a brother to cancer. My 3 sisters have had cancer. My husband and I lived on the property until Cheyenne was 4 and her older sister was 5. And we purchased property further out Bailey Chapel, which there again was close to the plant. It's on the same road. They played in the creek. They drank the creek water. We never thought anything of it. I mean, we were always told, or I was always told, you know, when I was a kid, "Oh, there's nothing wrong. It's nothing. It won't hurt you." We lived the same way with our kids. They lived wide open. So we eventually got away from there, and we moved to Waverly, about probably 5 miles north of where we lived. But it's not any better. It's still contaminated, but like she said, it is what it is, you know.
What year was she diagnosed and what year did she pass?
She passed away in 2015, November. She was diagnosed in, I guess I could give a lead up to how we found it. She was having some female problems, and we put her on birth control. She was probably 16 at the time, and I think that was in 2013. 2 months into taking the prescription, she came upstairs. The kids' rooms were in the basement. She came upstairs from taking a shower, and she said, "Mom, my leg feels numb," and she said, "It's turning blue," and she pulled her sweatpants down, and I said, "Get your shoes on, we've got to go to the doctor," because I kind of had a feeling it was a clot. So we got to urgent care, and they took about 5 minutes to check her over. They said, "We're calling ahead, go to SOMC, they'll take you straight through the emergency room and into surgery." She had a 12-inch blood clot in her left hip, and her lungs were peppered with clots. We didn't know it. She didn't complain. She wasn't sick. And he said any one of those clots from the lungs could have dislodged and killed her. But he said her lungs were peppered with clots. So he removed the 12-inch clot. He put in a filter in her chest to catch any clots that dislodged from the lungs. Put her on blood thinners. And then from there, she started seeing an endocrinologist, and her numbers kept coming up all wonky and, you know, low platelets, low iron, low hemoglobin, whatever. So she went to her surgeon for a checkup, and he said, what is he doing for her condition? I said, in my opinion, nothing. I said, he just tests the same thing every time we go and does the infusions and does the injections. We're not getting anywhere to an answer. And he said, well, there's more going on than this. And I said, well, then we would prefer to go to Cincinnati Children's. That's where she went for her hearing aids. She had high frequency hearing loss, where she wouldn't catch consonant sounds. Like if you said cat, she might think you said bat. So all of her life as a child, she would look straight at you and read your lips while hearing, if she didn't have her hearing aids in, just so that she could know what you were saying. Come to find out after her diagnosis, that is a condition of the disease she had, the high frequency hearing loss. But we went to Children's, we started treatment with them. She would go in sometimes 3 times a week, and it was very costly. My husband worked full-time. I was a substitute teacher, which it didn't affect my job so much because I could just not take those days that she had appointments. Sometimes we were there 3 times a week getting hemoglobin transplants or platelets or iron or whatever she needed. It took them 9 months to diagnose her disease. And they tested her starting with the basics, you know, because of the insurance. You have to do jump through your hoops. But it took them 9 months to diagnose her with GATA2 mutation and MDS.
I know you well.
Yes.
Our families know each other.
Yes.
Coming from Pikeston and knowing about Zons and all the kids and the people that work there that got cancer. We have been told by Wes Hairston that since the last year that was the last senior class to be graduating that had been to Zons. How does that make you feel?
I don't think that has anything to do with it.
There's no cancer. There's no cancer coming from the kids since that last graduating class. They have not seen one new case.
It's still there.
Yes, it is.
You know, like I said, I grew up in that neighborhood, you know that. Just because I'm not exhibiting signs of cancer or showing, you know, being a carrier for anything doesn't mean that I haven't been exposed to it.
Exactly.
And those kids may have a type of cancer that doesn't show up for 10 more years. We found hers as a fluke. I mean, had she not gone on the birth control pills for other medical reasons, we never would have known she was sick. She was never sick.
I remember Cheyenne's story very well, and my heart went out to you then, and it still does.
Yeah, it doesn't get any easier.
No.
And I think I realized today, and I told my husband in the car on the way down here, I said, you know, I said, for the past 9 years, I've thought that the hardest thing I ever did was lose her. But now I realize the hardest thing I've ever done is reliving it every day, every morning when I wake up, running through all of it every day until I go to bed. And I wouldn't wish it on anybody, and that's why I've gotten involved. I don't care about the money. I'm tired of seeing these kids get sick. I was a substitute teacher for Brad's son, Braden, he was the sweetest kid. And it's not fair.
No.
He's class of 2026.
Yes. It's not fair.
Thank you. Do you have any more from there? We got a couple more here.
Yeah, well, I was going to say that, you know, one of the things that we've learned today is that this,
Oh, there's Brad. We got some more speakers.
okay,
We have Julie, and we have Brad,
okay,
and then we'll have Dr. Ketter.
okay,
And then Dr. Ketter has someone to come and talk.
okay, so Julie?
And,
Penny?
Bruce Anderson.
Okay, okay, you have to speak up. Okay, so Julie, you want to come and speak?
Let's
Okay.
get Brad.
And Brad, you want to come and speak?
Julie just left. Brad's going to speak.
Okay.
And then Sharon.
You want to speak, Brad?
Paula. Paula speak.
Oh boy. How are you? I'm fine.
I'm glad you found us.
Yeah. It's all right, I got here. Oh. Hi y'all, how's everybody doing? I'm Brad Likens in Pikeston, father of Braden Likens. Lost him about almost 5 years ago. I mean, this March will be 5 years. So it's tore my life up. I got wonderful people to help me. Thanks to Vina's giving me information to these gentlemen, and Dwayne and Emily and Gina, and got a lot of support in that area. So I got a lot of good people I'm surrounded by, so that's a blessing. But what I had to endure in March of 6th to March the 8th was pure hell. You don't go for 1 second having your child with you. I literally dropped him off at the hospital. As he walked in the hospital, like there was nothing wrong with him at all. And if anyone knows Waverly, if you're at the hospital on the hill and you look straight across, you can see Walmart. That's how close this place is. Not even a mile. I drove down there. I got Tylenol. I got some turkey. I went straight back up there. And that's just in that nick of time. We're talking not even an hour. I drive back, get up, I pull in a park, and I look and I pulled in, I was parked, and I was happening to see a woman in the mirror stick her head out this glass and look at me. I'm like, what in the world is that? And for some reason, something just grabbed my soul and just, I didn't even have to know. I just felt it. And the world's never been the same since. To change my psychological mind, my appearance, it's destroyed my life. It's all because of this place. And I'm not the only one that's affected by it. I went in, and my wife was in the Sally port of this hospital. And when I seen her, right before I walked in there, she said, sent me a text that says, "Get in here now." And I just didn't really want to go in there because I knew something wasn't right. Well, I get in there, and this is when I found out he had leukemia. It was the very second they told me he was life-flighting because he was bleeding on his brain with a white cell blood count of 154,000. I'm pretty sure an adult human, correct me if I'm wrong, is anywhere between 4 and 11,000 for an adult human. My son had the white cell blood count of 15 adult humans. Don't even know how he was even walking. So they come and got him, and the last words I heard my son tell me was, "This is the worst day of my life." I tried to heard my son say it the last time I ever heard him speak. And I'll tell millions of people, there could be millions of you standing up in front of me right now, and I'd still tell everybody about him because he was wonderful. He wasn't a normal 13-year-old. He was a humble old soul, is what he was. And I loved him to death. And I still love him. Because I believe in heaven. And I believe that's where my son's at, and I'll see him one day. Guarantee you that. Because some days that's all you have to hang on to is your faith.
Amen.
And that's what I got plenty of. But when they took him, they flew him up there, and I believe he died on the way there. Because when you get up there, I was a transport officer for a prison system for 14 years. Not a transport officer, just for like the last about a year and a half I was a transport officer, and I've seen a lot of stuff, and I got to learn how to read medical terminology. And when you get up to a room and your son is on a cooling bed with a diaper and all this stuff hooked to his head and he's non-responsive, and you lay there and you sit there and you sit there, well, I don't know if my wife picked up on it or not, but he had blood on him back in here, which means I believe he just started pouring blood out of every orifice on his head, because the brain had pretty much just, it didn't go to blood anymore, it was sludge. I know that's what caused the brain to burst and bleed, and that's what killed him. So the only way I can explain it, if you have kids, it would be like you walking 10 feet behind your child and then walking in front of him, and then you turn a corner. And when you get around that corner, they're no longer there. Just vanish. That's why I go through that a lot still to the day. But look, I got these wonderful men. This woman and these people back here. Dwayne Pullman is a wonderful investigative reporter. He's helped me out a lot. Emily, Gina, they've all reached out. They're trying things for our community. I'm just sick and tired of everybody. That place thinks they're untouchable. I'm sick and tired of it. I'm not the only parent that's went through this. I'm just sick and tired of seeing it. But it's poisoning. The whole community just poisoned. Didn't just poison my son. It's poisoning the water, the ground, the air. Everybody's getting this dosage. Not just us. I really just want to move away from all of it. I just want to move way out somewhere else, but you know what? You'll go somewhere else, and there'll be something else there. All these big communities and factories, it's great for, I do not resent anybody that works at the plant. I don't. You got to make a living for your family, I get that. But don't act like there's nothing going on down there that's not illegal, because I guarantee there's a ton of it. And I'm not a bit scared of any of them, I can tell you that right now. Not from what they've done to me. If these men need something from me, I'll do it.
Nothing is more painful than what you've already done.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I had a guy sitting in my chair yesterday, and he said he had to put a dog down. He said, "This is like losing a child." I said,
No, it's not.
I don't think so. I know this. I just put my dog down a couple of weeks ago. But I didn't realize I don't know, today I just kept getting drawn. I'm like, well, it's God talked to me and said, you need to go to that meeting. And I was in the middle of a birthday party. I told my wife, I said, I got to get home. I should have been here early, I apologize. But I'm here now. And if anybody in this room has ever went through what I went through, or even a partial of what I went through, I apologize for that too. Because it's pure hell losing a kid. It don't happen in one day and you forget about it 2 years later. It's an everyday thing. You got to deal with it. This year's his graduation picture. All the kids in the senior class this year literally put Braden's name with the cancer ribbon on their shoulder. The whole senior class. I said, that speaks volumes to me. I've always been a poor man, and I'll probably die a poor man, but you know what? I'm a blessed man, and also I got a lot of good family and friends, and that's more than money could ever pay for, in my eyes. But that's pretty much all I got to say. If anybody has anything they want to ask me, I'm up to any questions, but if not, I'm just going to go over and sit down and keep my mouth shut now.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
Welcome.
We have two more, and then we'll get Heather.
Okay.
Paula Spears.
Y'all with your kids just tears me to pieces. I've never had kids, and I don't know that that's not possibly a result. My mom was Sharon Spears, and she ended up being the first female janitor foreman at the A plant.
Louder or the sound turned up?
No, she has to speak. Can you speak up a little bit?
I'll try. I have a soft voice. My mother became the first female janitor foreman at the A plant in the 70s. I was just about to start high school. Within a short time, like a year, she came down with cancer the first time. Had surgery. So of course she's at the point, she has 2 children. What do I do with my kids? I've got to figure this out. Has surgery and it seems to be everything's okay. Exactly a year later, it's back. So she goes in for surgery again. At the same time as when I hear about Owen Thompson, his mom had been my school librarian. He has brain cancer. He works there too. I'm thinking that, you know, I live in a wonderful area and I'm on a farm and clean air and clean food and all these blessings. Then I start kind of putting things together and question it, but young teen, I try to go ahead and ignore it. So I'll just fast forward in that 2010, my mother started having extreme fatigue. She was not herself, and she was a woman that was a force to be met with. She would work circles around you, myself included. So we started going through, as you call it, the hoops, trying to get this test done and that test done. And of course, her no longer being employed there, she didn't have that good A plan insurance. She was on Social Security and ended up getting Medicaid until the card come through. Well, once we go to Columbus for a biopsy, she has this mass in her liver between the lobes. 3 attempts to penetrate that. It was so encapsulated and encrusted. So we're going down High Street, and she says, well, if it comes back that it's cancer, I'm not going through this again. And I was literally stopped in the middle of High Street. I said, you will do something. And of course, I got told, when did you become the parent? Well, when you decided you weren't going to fight. She finally gets her white card. Our first visit at the oncologist, they have the assumption that she is just Medicaid. I'm like, no, she has a white card, and that changed her appointment, her getting set up for some chemo treatment. The whole thing changed. That changed dynamics. I mean, your insurance, it matters. Your employment matters, because if you don't have the employment, you don't have the insurance. But if you are under the assumption of Medicaid, you know, you might be waiting who knows how long. So I brought that up on the table, and it changed that dynamic. So we do all these tests, and she tries to start her treatment with Dr. Inishito. Her platelets would not allow her to get full doses for her cancer. I left him for a short time, and she intentionally didn't tell me things. I come back, we need to see a doctor at Riverside. He wanted to put in a drain. It didn't happen because my mother was planning this Easter breakfast party at our local church that my church had had for many years, sunrise services, and then they stopped for a while. And in all honesty, looking back on that, there is no doubt in my mind this was her goodbye party to her community, to the family that came and participated. Within 2 weeks, my mother turned as orange as pumpkin, just like overnight, it seemed. She didn't want to go to her appointment, but I forced her hand at it. I said, you have to go. So we go in to Dr. Inashita, and he sends her to the hospital. They start doing their blood work. He says, I'm sending you to Columbus. Maybe they can, maybe they can't. So my brother and I are in Columbus with our mother. I give her a shower on Sunday. Stayed with her 2 days. Went down, got my brother. They tried to do a surgery. It failed. I had to come back home. I got a phone call after not being able to reach her. You need to get up here. So I'm driving to Columbus. I get there, all the family's there. My mom's awake. Hospice has been called in. She has a pizza party because she, that was her choice. They offer food, water, drinks for family. So she wanted a pizza party and laughed about it. 2 more days, my mom is gone. And the very last words I ever heard her say was, I love you, baby girl. And like the rest of you, I am so sick of this place being swept under the rug and being allowed to take our lives, to take our health, our livelihood. It's not right, and it needs stopped, and they need held accountable. I don't care if it's tonight, tomorrow, next week. So I hope everybody hangs in to keep fighting them. And I appreciate Vina, you folks back there, Mr. Pullman, for keeping these things in the limelight. This past year plus has given me an outlet to express my grief and try to draw in other people to be interested in what is actually happening in their community before they get a slap in the face like so many of us have endured over the years.
Thank you.
One thing about Pikeston workers, we're an SEC site, which means we're a spatial exposure cohort, and the reason we are that from 1954 to 1992 is because our badges never had the doses in it. The dose badges didn't have anything in them to pick up our neutron exposures. So Pikeston is a spatial exposure cohort. If you come up with one of these 22 cancers, you're not supposed to have to fight for anything. They're supposed to automatically give it to you, but they're not doing it. They're making these workers and widows of these kids and stuff go through redose construction and then turn them down for compensation. And I just wanted to say that.
And I have a copy of the 22 cancers that she was mentioning. If you'd like a copy of it, I have some extras here for you to take home.
And that's the same 22 cancers that we're trying to get RECA. I have been on the RECA board now for 2 years, and we petitioned Senator Brown to put us on RECA. He went to the Senate hearing, and I can't think of his Senator
With Vance.
from New Mexico, and he grabbed Senator Vance up by the coat tie, took him over to the Senate hearing to help us for RECA, and then he gets voted out. And so I've been on these RECA calls, and it's been really tough trying to get people to listen about Pikeston. And the last time they told me is because Pikeston has a lawsuit is the reason we're not getting in it. But they didn't say, I said, well, so does St. Louis. St. Louis has 5 or 6 lawsuits going on. We should be in it. If Paducah's in it and Oak Ridge is in it, we should be in it. And this happened to us when in the workers' compensation, they didn't want to put it in. That's how come we had to push to show them that we had plutonium. And this is what's hurting Pikeston. We got to express how much plutonium is here, why it's here, why they're not telling the workers, and why they're not telling the community. And why aren't they telling DOE that they have plutonium here? Because they've known it since '93 when I told them in a public meeting. You want to ask the question, Chick?
Well, I wanted to make a comment about what you said on the neutrons, because
My name's Jim Law. I was a safety officer out there at the plant. I also worked down on terrorism. That neutron she's talking about, we were having some critical reactions out there. And that was not reported by the Department of Energy to the workers. And what they did, they called it, they used a code word called slow cooker. So when that slow cooker was going on, we had people working in the vaults where we stored the nuclear warhead material, the guys that I work with, anti-terrorism special response team. Our dose rates, the gentleman was talking, explaining the dose rates, and I'll give you an example. When they destroyed all of our radiation records, that is documented. I was going through a micron class to get certified to read badges, and when that happened, we were using actual read sheets from our plant. So I'm looking at these doses, and we're adding them up, and it's not calculating out correctly. Well, they were figuring alpha, beta, gamma, not including the neutron. The neutron was never figured in until after 1996 when we won our case with the OSHA hearing in Cincinnati. And what we were seeing is, in the vaults and at the slow cookers and the pipes and the process buildings, the workers that are working around that, they don't know those are going on. So the pipe is solidified, it's putting out massive amounts of neutron and gamma, and you're getting dosed heavily. They had the theory there that you can never get a high dose. So after we went through Bicron school, it turned out that we were getting anywhere, the guard department, the police department, we were getting anywhere from 2.8 to 3.5 rim dose, not millirim, rim a quarter. Okay, this was documented. So what happens with that is, under DOE law, or and NRC regulations, if you get 5 rim in a year, they had to send you home. You weren't allowed to work there for 1 calendar year. But they were going to have to pay you your wages. They weren't going to do it. So they falsified the dosimeter badges, the reports. And what they would do, they would find someone in your department, and I'll give you an example. We had unarmed guards. All they did is work at the gates. So when they were being exposed, their exposure is a lot less than mine. So they would take 2 of those guards, average their 0.025, 0.027 millirim, and that became my record of dose. Not my 12 rem a year alpha, beta, gamma that I was getting. Now, then NIOSH finally agreed, said, we have a problem here, because you've never counted neutron. They said, we're going to have to add 15 to 30% more. That's documented. So they started, said, oh my gosh, we do that, it's going to be even higher. So they destroyed, Lockheed Martin destroyed every radiation record we had, put them through a wood chipper after I reported it. Because, and after we won the hearing, Bill Murphy, and that's not Bill Murphy DOE yet, just they had the same name from OSHA. He was over the OSHA in Cincinnati. He said, you won your case, you guys. And I said, well, but you only gave them a $2,500 fine. I said, by law, you could have charged him, fined him $100,000 for each document. We're talking over 40 years worth of records that they put through that wood chipper. He goes, well, if we'd have done that, we'd have been in court for the next 50 years on the lawsuits because of the overexposures. And that's the one thing I wanted him to know. And the seals were leaking, and I've got the documents on that. The seals, the classified seals in the process building were leaking, all of them, in all 3 process buildings. So the heavy metal transuranics, the enriched uranium was coming out. We had people working those floors. We had machine gun nests on those floors. We had backup guys actually walking up on top of the cell housings with submachine guns and M16s to back up the guys that are in the machine gun nest in case somebody attacks the 345 where our guys are in there that type of scenario. We were ingesting it. We were inhaling it. We were absorbing the beryllium. And I'll give you an example. I've had 4 cancer surgeries. 3 of them were skin cancers. One of them, they had to cut my uvula out because it was cancerous now. And I've got beryllium disease. That's why I'm on oxygen. My lungs are impaired 74%. Now, they've already told me you're going to suffocate to death. That's how you're going to die. To add insult to injury, my daughter came down with a tumor. Goes around the spine and the nervous system. My son comes down with a tumor in the center of his brain. I live in Lucasville, Ohio, 10 miles from the plant. My wife now has thyroid nodules and very serious thyroid problems. My bird dog, who was a house dog, died from bone cancer. I told my wife, I said, I'm going to get the house tested. Dr. Ketter tested my house. What's in my house, 10 miles away, is from the A plant. Dwayne Pullman did a story about it on the news. Some of my neighbors saw it. They had their houses tested. We went to Vance and Brown. Dr. New was with me. Gave them all the records, how contaminated my house is. So after that, they first were going to go with it. Under Ohio law, it says they have to pay you over 2.5 times the value of the house, pay for all the contents because it's all radioactive, move you to a safe area. That gets expensive. Now think, if you have 2 counties, just 2 counties, contaminated, like my house, and I'm 10 miles away, they're only going out 6 miles, but DOE's records show 14 miles, because I got them. I'm not talking hearsay, this is accurate. I talk off of documents. Ryan and I shared it. So I wanted to bring up, so we were getting rim dose out there. So I have been denied for my cancers. And the lady from Department of Labor said, well, just because you had 240 rim doesn't mean you're going to get cancer. 300 rim, you start dying. This is the lifetime maximum. And I'm over 240 rim now. I mean, this is insane, and it's criminal.
Everyone's heard about the merger of the railroads. They want to merge Norfolk Southern and we'll have one big railroad in this country. These railroad robber barons are out of control.
Absolutely.
They're out of control. And what's happened in East Palestine is that the Norfolk Southern was trying to criminally coerce the National Transportation Safety Board so they wouldn't even do a study on what was going on. They refused to provide documents, which are required under the law of this investigative agency. They refused to do it. They had to subpoena them. They're criminally culpable for what they did. If you or I tried to influence a federal investigative agency and coerce them not to investigate us, you know where we'd be? In jail. That's what would happen to us. Norfolk Southern does this and nothing happens. Nothing happens. What does that mean? It means these are gangsters who are running the government. That's what it means, that they're getting away with flagrantly violating our laws to protect their liability. So they are not responsible for what they've done, the harm that they've done to the people of East Palestine. And the people of East Palestine, they can't even get health care 2.5 years after this disaster. They're still waiting. So before we go on, the people in this room have the power. You have the power. You have the power. If you get together, you have the power.
That's the problem.
No, it's not, but you have to unite politically. You have to demand criminal prosecution. You have to go after these people and say, you're covering up the crimes. You're part of the problem. If you don't prosecute people who are committing crimes, you're part of the problem.
Amen.
And they're committing crimes. There's no ifs, ands, and buts. So anyway, we have to oppose this merger. And he's going to talk about what happened in the railroads and why these companies knew that this accident was going to happen. They knew it because that's how they run the trains. That's how they have crew over the communities and the workers in the railroad. So welcome, Jeff Kurtz from the BLET, retired.
Thanks, Steve. But I do have to take issue with something you said. You said nothing happened to NS executives. You're wrong about that. They were richly rewarded. It was like, I think, and Chris might know this, about a year after the derailment when the CEO got a 30% raise. And with this merger, and I have no doubt that this merger is going to go through, but with this merger, these executives are going to get filthy rich. And how much more power? And some of the stuff that we're going to go through, you're going to see how much power these guys have right now. How much more power are they going to have when they get together? And this stuff, you know, this multiplies exponentially. This is not just, okay, now you've got two railroads together that are going to be doubly powerful. This gets a lot bigger than that. So anyway, with that, I'll go on with my presentation. As Steve said, my name's Jeff Kurtz. I hired out as a locomotive fireman back in 1974, Fort Madison, Iowa, with the Santa Fe Railroad. I ended up retiring in 2014 with the combined BN Santa Fe Railroad, the BNSF. In that time, most of my years, I was a union officer. In fact, the last 10 years, I was our Iowa State Legislative Board chairman for the BLET, which means that I took care of the safety and legislative matters for our members of four different Class 1 railroads in the state. I know you guys have had some pretty nasty things to say about politicians. I actually served a term in the Iowa House. I told Chris and a few other people, if I got into a confrontation with the current NTSB chairman, she would not be the first chairman with the NTSB that I've ever yelled at. So just so you know where I'm coming from on this. And the report itself, I would have thought would have centered more on how the train was run and some of the rules that they have and some of the federal regulations that govern these people. And what people don't realize that aren't in the rail industry is that as employees, as a locomotive engineer, I was governed by 964 pages of the Code of Federal Regulations. We had 567 pages of rules in our General Code of Operating Rules with the BNSF. Every day, you would get general manager bulletins, you would get superintendent's notices, you would get daily bulletins. And all of that stuff will change in a matter of seconds. So where you're going over one stretch of territory and following all the rules, you go over another stretch of territory 5 miles from there, following those same rules might get you fired. So this is what these guys work with every day. And it gets pretty hairy out there at times. And when you're wrestling around with some of the freight trains and stuff that these guys wrestle around with, you need to make this stuff as safe as possible. And so I was really puzzled at what I saw in this report, because there's certain things that go on with the rules and with the different railroad rules that impact how these trains are run. For example, on the NS, they've got this rule, and it applied to my railroad too. That's why I knew it. But it also applies to a lot of other railroads, that what they call dynamic braking is the preferred method of braking. And what dynamic braking is, I probably need to get into explaining how freight trains slow down and things like that. But dynamic braking is a method where you convert the traction motors that turn the wheels into generators. And while you do that, that will slow down the train. The problem being that you're only slowing down the train with the amount of locomotives and the amount of locomotive horsepower that you have. So, like in the case of East Palestine, I think they had 170 cars, and they had 3 locomotives. These 3 locomotives, 2 on the head end, and another one was a DPU, which is distributed power unit. It was located 120 cars back, probably, I'd say about 8,000 feet back. But those 3 locomotives were the only braking that were being used to slow this freight train down, and it had another 170 cars to it. These cars are bouncing around like ping pong balls back there, and they're bouncing around over a 2-mile. The train was 9,300 feet long. They're bouncing along over that 9,300 feet. So some of them are going uphill. Some of the cars are going downhill. Some of them are coming around a curve. Some are coming around a curve in another direction. So you've got all kinds of forces acting on these trains. And in fact, from what I heard from residents of East Palestine, I don't know if you were at this meeting, Chris, but the NTSB was asked about the size of the train, and I think, didn't the chairman say the size of that train didn't affect the derailment?
Absolutely.
And
yep.
When I heard that, it's stunning to me. And I had to ask not only Chris, but several other people, okay, try to give me the exact terminology that they used. And that was basically it. The size of that train did not affect that derailment. I'm thinking, we're pretty much talking about flat earth science right now. Just a bunch of flat earthers running the NTSB. If they don't believe that, I can get scientific formulas that will show you that, yeah, this was a big difference. It made a difference in how fast that they stopped, because they had 1 minute and 25 seconds from the time that the crew realized that they had this hot bearing to the time they derailed. They had 1 minute and 25 seconds to start slowing down. And what the NTSB had in their report, which I'm grateful that they had that, was a sheet that tracked their what's called on locomotives event recorders. And what event recorders will do is they will show every move the engineer is making with the like with his throttle, if he's blowing the whistle, if he's using his air brakes. That's another thing that slows down and stops trains. In fact, it's better than dynamics because of the fact that when you use the air system, it's a train line that goes throughout the entire train, and it will set up brakes on each individual cars so they won't bounce around. And it's the slack action. That's what we call slack action. You might hear it referred to as in-train forces. That's what causes a lot of derailments. And why the NTSB didn't look at that, I don't know. But when these brakes set up, they set up in sequence. They don't set up all at once, because compressed air takes a bit of time to travel through a train line. And then you get leakage, so they might not set up really well. But it's if you've got to stop, it's a much better way to stop than using the dynamic. Because like I've explained to them, when this train was so underpowered, I believe, and I'm just going off what I know, I'm not going off anything that it showed because they didn't give any information on this, but I would assume the locomotives themselves were 4,000 to 4,400 horsepower apiece. So that meant with the 18,000 tons that it came out to somewhere around 0.6 to 0.7 horsepower per ton, which is about as effective, as I've told all these guys, as sticking your leg out the window and dragging your foot. That's how effective it is to slow it down and stop it. So, and the engineer on this train, that poor guy, he was doing, you could tell, he was doing everything he could to keep that train in one piece. And there's another element that's in there that we were almost positive we don't have 100% confirmation on this, but we're pretty sure that this was a factor too. We think it had, that the train was being run by a trip optimizer, which a trip optimizer is like a cruise control, but on a freight train it's a lot worse because it only will take what the lead unit is, the lead locomotive is doing, and it won't. It doesn't take into account what's going on in other parts of the train. And a train that long, if you're not careful, and this is where you get in trouble, you've got different sections of the same train moving at different speeds, and that's when all hell tends to break loose. So anyway, they didn't mention any of this, and they didn't mention anything about the NS favoring dynamic brakes over the train air brakes, which I have asked, when I saw this, the first thing I thought was, why didn't he set air right away? Why didn't he use the air? And so I asked some of my colleagues that I used to work with, what's the first thing, if a hot box detector caught you like that, what's the first thing you do? Well, give it a shot of air. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought too. I said, but this poor guy, like I said, he had to, if he was using a trip optimizer, he had to come out of the trip optimizer. If he was using, well, I know he was using dynamic because I looked on the event recorder. He was using the dynamic, and one other thing that I noticed on this event recorder was the rear dynamic on the DPU is just as soon as that thing went into full dynamic, the train derailed, went in a ditch. And it made me think, did something happen? Did that cause the slack to either run in or stretch the in-train forces and hit that train where that wheel was compromised and knock it off the rail? I mean, that would be a logical assumption, I would think. But they didn't look at that either. And then to say that the size of that train had nothing to do with this derailment, I would like to make the NS an offer. I will bet everything I own, and they can have an experienced engineer against me, but they have got locomotive simulators. I know the Volpe Center up in Cambridge, Massachusetts is part of a big transportation center. They've got the locomotive simulators. We used to have them on the BNSF. I would imagine most of the major railroads have these simulators. But I would bet the NS everything I've got. Let me make up my own train because it'd be a lot smaller, and I would run it the way I want. And they put their best engineer in there under the conditions that existed in East Palestine. And I will guarantee you, even after not pulling a throttle in 11 years, I can guarantee you that I would stop that train faster and safer than that other guy would, and he would probably agree with me. Because what they do makes no sense if you're trying to do this stuff and minimize in-train forces. I mean, things don't work, the physics doesn't work that way. So the NTSB instead, they focused on things like inward-facing cameras, which this train had inward-facing cameras and it didn't help. We have had inward-facing cameras they just came in about the time I retired, so we've had them for 11 years, and the situation's only gotten worse out there. So inward-facing cameras, instead of spying on these guys the whole time, because they got the event recorder, if he does something wrong, that event recorder is going to tell him more than the inward-facing cameras ever would. But instead of focusing on, you know, what they could do, they focused on the inward-facing cameras, like some inward-facing or some UP engine in Nebraska didn't have an inward-facing camera, so that helped cause the derailment in East Palestine. You know, that didn't make any sense whatsoever. You know, that focusing on that, and then some of the other, what was one of the other things they focused on that was, oh, tank car types. I couldn't believe this. They went on and on for pages and pages about tank car types. The best way to keep a tank car from leaking like that is to keep the damn thing on the rail. Don't run them so that we have all this slack action in these trains and kick these cars out, derail these trains. There was a comment here. Well, there was a couple of comments during this what we're doing today about when this happens again. When this happens again. I hate to tell you, it probably happened again a week after East Palestine. It just happened where there wasn't anybody. In the last week or two, we've had 5 major derailments that people don't know about. It started in Gordon, Texas, and I remember calling a guy about it, because now what the railroads have started doing is they won't publish the size of their trains anymore. I couldn't believe, you know, that whenever I'd see a major derailment, that's the first thing I'd look at is how big was this train? And now it appears, you know, in the last articles that I've read, in fact, I even asked my AI about this. I said, the derailment in Gordon, Texas, what was the size of that train? That is not public knowledge. I'm like, you know, this isn't the nuclear codes. You know, this should be available to everybody. But there's reasons that they hide this stuff. And one of the things, and one of the reasons they hide it is because they can make a little more money if they run these long trains and if they skirt safety rules. The trouble is, they can make a lot more money if they run shorter trains, safer trains. They just have to work a little bit harder. But this way, I mean, they can. They're just ripping the shippers off. You look at the 2022 STB hearings. I nerded out on those things. I watched them, and it was everybody that came up there: shippers, the unions, government agencies, everybody that came up there said, what are you doing? We have got to get this under control. You know, you can't run these trains like this. And the railroads came back and said, you don't understand, we're making progress. We're not going to look back. And I'm thinking, why are they letting these people do this? I mean, you know, and it was probably about 9 months after that we had East Palestine. You know, you could see this coming. But yeah, it's still happening, and it's going to happen in what?
Metropolis.
Well, I mean, you know, a heavily populated area, and everybody's going to say, oh, you know, what happened? What happened? You're going to know. And the reason they do this, I read this, and I couldn't believe that anybody would put this in writing. But I've got to read this. This came from Jamie Wallace. This was a letter that they got a hold of that was written and signed by a bunch of business executives and think tank executives. And I want to read a section of this. They're talking about the new rail safety bill, which I was opposed to because it was so weak. I mean, oh my God, I thought it was awful. They still talk about trying to pass that thing, and dog squeeze as far as I'm concerned. But this was what part of this letter said. The largest section of the bill deals with the movement of hazardous materials, triggering an unfathomable number of future rulemakings pertaining to issues such as train size. Now that's after I told you what employees deal with. Rail executives aren't going to deal with the bureaucracy that the employees do. It's just not going to happen. As currently written, these rulemakings would avoid cost-benefit analysis, CBA. Conservatives have long championed the need for CBA because no human activity is 100% safe 100% of the time. Every activity involves some form of CBA. New railroad safety laws should certainly require them, including a survey of the likely risks created as railroads and shippers alter procedures to mitigate the cost of the new rules. So what that basically says is if we can make $100 million in a little bit of no time, you're at risk. Sorry, that's just the brakes. And to put that in writing, like I said, it just boggles my mind. You know, it's completely ridiculous. So if I was writing the legislation, if I was back in the Iowa House, in fact, we did have legislation. I was not in the party in power. I found somebody that was in the party in power to write the legislation for us. So, but one of the things would be a train weight and length limit. If in fact there was an executive order to that effect right now, I can guarantee you if it took effect at 7 o'clock, by 7:01, everybody in this room would be safer. That's just the way it is. And it's easy to do, but we're not going to do it because it takes away easy money for people. And so I've written 3 articles on the Railroad Workers United website. You can go to their website and look at these articles. And one of the things the last thing I wanted to do, let me see. I read Jamie's letter. At the end, I do want to read a statement from Max Alvarez and Nikki Fabricant. Do you want me to do that now, or?
You can do it, come back up and let Dr.
Yeah,
Carroll.
okay, yeah. Okay, but if I was going to do legislation, it would have the weight and train length limit in it, and it would have jail time, not just fines, but jail time for people, and there would be a corporate death penalty in there too, so that when stuff happened, like with Chris in his community, you know, if it's egregious enough, which I think East Palestine is egregious enough, we could dissolve that corporation. The government could take over the railroad, and the funds that we get from that could be used to move people like Chris, get them health care, and take care of them for the rest of their lives. I mean, that's only fair. I can guarantee you, if I would have been in the cab of that locomotive, running it at 70 miles an hour instead of the 50 mile an hour limit, and taking that thing in the ditch like what happened, I would be in jail for the rest of my life. These guys, like I said, they get rewarded for their psychotic behavior, and we have got to stop that. We have got to penalize them, not reward them. So on that, if anybody wants to talk to me about any of this, I'm more than happy to talk to them.
I just got a question. When you build the trains, would you put the more hazardous stuff up closer to the locomotives or whatever, so you have less slack in that area? Something like that?
Yeah. You would do it more by weight, and you know, you'd want the heavier stuff on the head end, so it wouldn't run in to your head end, and that's what causes derailments. You get that run in, and it pops cars out, and the NTSB should know this stuff. And why they didn't, I don't know. But you wouldn't do it according to hazardous material. But
Hi everybody, I'm Michael Ketterer. I'm a retired chemistry professor from Northern Arizona University, so yeah, I'm a long way from home. I'm an environmental chemist and I specialize in contaminant source ID. Where does stuff come from? Particularly the elements uranium and plutonium. Those are my two favorite, I guess you'd say. In my work, I travel around a lot. I talk to a lot of affected people. I've been here.
Can't hear for some reason. Oh, it's not, okay, let me see here.
Oh, the microphone's off.
Okay, the microphone's off. No wonder you can't hear. Okay, good, now you're on.
Okay.
Again, Michael.
Start from the beginning?
Yeah.
So that was, there no microphone in the room before?
So they can hear you.
Okay. All right, I'm Michael Ketterer. I'm a retired chemistry professor from Northern Arizona University. I am an environmental chemist and I specialize in environmental source ID of contaminants, and particularly uranium and plutonium. And that takes me to a lot of places, traveling around throughout the U.S. And I do a lot of collecting and analyzing samples. I've been here in southern Ohio for the last week, and I've done some field work a little bit here and there each day. I analyze samples that people send me too, stuff like soil and sediment and water and plants and dust and wipes, baby wipes from smooth surfaces where dust collects, air filters, all sorts of things. I work with community members, we collaborate. The results that I produce is pretty much focused on uranium and plutonium. So there's, across the US, there's a number of, there's not that many sites where it's important, but where it is very important, and that's what I look at. I can tell you how much is there. What is the activity or the concentration? How many ppm? How many ppb? How contaminated is the surface? Now, the same kind of work is also done for other things. You know, I really have to say the East Palestine disaster, and there's not really any other word for it than a disaster, the same kind of work that I do is needed in all sorts of other things. If your concerns are the air toxics that get synthesized when some ill-advised decision is made, light that train car on fire. Like, what happens when vinyl chloride burns? You know, that's a ridiculous question, but that's the question we're faced with. Not just a few grams of it in a chemical fume hood like I play around with for 45 years as a chemist, not vinyl chloride myself, but the point is not under controlled laboratory conditions, but this is in the open ambient environment. Let's just light it on fire. What was in that black cloud? Where did that go? Somebody, I'm not the right person to answer those questions, but somebody out there in this scientific world, in this broad world of science, is the right person. I am maybe close to the right person for certain very narrow questions about plutonium and neptunium and things like that. But I can't tell you anything about vinyl chloride and what's in that cloud, but somebody can. Where is that somebody? 1987 to 1993, I was a US EPA employee in the Office of Enforcement. And our agency did a lot better than that at that time at finding the help for emergency response. The emergency response that I saw in 2023 was a joke. It was a joke that what was done on behalf of the people that lived there. Now, for me, it's not solely important how much is there. I'm also really interested in where is it from? Who did it? The forensic angle. Those responsible, they don't like me. The people don't like me poking around, taking samples, but that's what I do. Because the isotope composition of plutonium or uranium is going to tell us about the who's it from. Los Alamos, this one's on you. Pikeston A plant, this is yours. This filth has your name on it. I didn't invent this science, guys. I'm doing stuff that came from DOE labs, literally. The science that I apply almost all of it was done at DOE labs, and I rely on benchmark studies that were done at DOE labs, like the Moody report or the Kelly paper. Those are benchmark studies that I rely on for signatures. What's what? Who did what? I measure things in a very objective way. It's sort of like, you know, putting something on a balance and seeing, you know, does it weigh 100 grams or is it 200 grams? You know, very simple, objective kind of test. It's kind of like what I do, only I use something that's called a mass spectrometer, okay? I just put things in the mass spectrometer and it tells me the results, and my opinions are carved in stone like Mount Rushmore on based on what those results are. You know, and if I don't want to accept them, I'm not a scientist. If I don't want to accept what that mass spectrometer tells me and put that into my thinking of what's out there in the world, I am not a scientist. I've got the wrong textbook. You know what my textbook is when I start doing that? Edith Hamilton's Mythology. That's the textbook that you better accept. And, you know, if you accept that as your textbook, you can believe all kinds of things. You know, the Buffalo Bills have won 7 Super Bowls, right? Sure, anything you want. That is the level of absurdity that you are going to have to accept if you don't want to accept valid results about environmental contamination. It's just that simple. Here's a specific local example about how much versus where it's from. I'm going to ask you guys here to think back to 2019. So many of you remember 2019, way before COVID, but DOE came out and announced that they'd found Neptunium-237 in an air monitor at the A41 location by Zons Corner School. So how much matters to an extent here too. Here's why. Because it had to be really a lot. You know it had to be really a lot because Department of Energy, and I've reviewed their data, they're very creative in the processes. It's very nebulous too. What's a detect versus what's a non-detect? Everybody in this room and everybody in the community tacitly understands the Department of Energy is not going to admit to a detect unless they're really painted into a corner. It is so bad, the sample is so dirty that they have no choice. So a year and a half later, after this sample was collected, person from DOE sheepishly trots out there, comes to a public meeting, April 27th, 2019, and says, yes, we detected neptunium in the air monitor at Zons Corner. So here's what happened next. DOE employee Jeremy Davis, you talk about criminal prosecution. I'm giving you a specific example of a crime that has not been prosecuted. Jeremy Davis, DOE employee, publicly states an attribution about where the neptunium is from. He's making remarks to the effect, it is on videotape, he's making remarks to the effect that the Neptunium-237 in the air is from nuclear weapons test fallout. It is not from the so-called A plant, it's from the other thing. You see though, it's a lie. I mean it's a lie in the scientific sense, but of course everybody in the room knew that it's from the A plant, it's from ports. But the nexus is all detailed in DOE reports going back to the 1970s. Documents like Vinacali has a garage full of. It's in there. It's most clearly discussed in a report by Ken Moody of Lawrence Livermore National Labs. He wrote a book. He uses it as an example in his book. Neptunium and other substances like technetium-99, these were impurities in the recycled uranium that went into the gaseous diffusion plant pretty much from day one. Why did they do that? You know, it's kind of like you built a car and then you put sugar into the gas tank right away. And not only just once, but every day, all day. You put contaminated feed in it over and over and over again. Why was that happening? The decision to make this was made, to do this was made before I was born. And I'm not young, I'm retired, whatever that means. But the decision to make this was made because the US government was scouring everywhere they could The Colorado Plateau where I live, they were scouring that for all the uranium that they could have. Send it here. Yes, send it to Hanford. Make it into plutonium in a plutonium production reactor. Recycle the uranium, bring it back here. Whoops, there's some Tech-99, there's some Neptunium-237 in there, there's uranium-236 in there, a little bit of plutonium, a little bit, un poquito, you could say in Spanish, a little bit, but it all went in all day, every day, the entire life of the plant, recycled uranium. Many of the problems in the community today are related to these decisions. Put the recycled uranium into the plant. The French are very proud of the fact that they didn't do that in their gaseous diffusion plant, and they let the United States know that at a radioactive and hazardous materials conference in a paper. Anyway, so that was my first impression of Pikeston on April 27th, 2019. I was giving a talk by telephone. I had not met anybody here really, but I think I showed the community more about what was going on in 20 minutes than DOE had ever admitted to in 65 years. Mr. Jeremy Davis, you made a false statement. It's under 18 U.S. Code 1001. Likely you're beyond the statute of limitations by now. But to be clear, if you are the polluter, don't make false statements. Do not make false statements about attributions, because people like me check, and I will find out if you're lying, if it involves something that is in my wheelhouse. You go making up Edith Hamilton mythology stories about where the Neptunium comes from, I'm going to call you on it. I'm going to call you on it publicly, and I'm going to say that you're lying, and you're willfully lying, and it's 18 U.S.C. 1001. So where is the U.S. attorney the next time this happens? Where is the U.S. attorney? So I know it's right that the Neptunium at Zahn's Corner was from the atomic plant, because we've detected it in air samples at Vainakali's house in 2024 and 2025 from air monitoring technology that we've used here. This is 11 miles southwest. That's pretty far. It's a similar distance to Chick Lawson's attic. But the plume is vast, probably 15 miles in any direction and then shaped somewhat by the wind. It is vast. So the Department of Energy knows all these things, and they come along and they say, well, you know, it's not like that. You have to trust us. It's a little bit, it's below anything that can hurt anybody. I don't like the idea of it's too little to worry about. I don't like that idea. If it's too little to matter, well, why don't you take some of it? Here's an example. So this is from Little Beaver Creek. Those of you, and I have this tape over this to make sure that I don't drink it. But there's Neptunium-237 in that water, and this is from the grocery store or whatever. I don't think there's Neptunium-237 in this water, but I can assure you that it's in this water because I've sampled that about 25 times in the last 3+ years, and it's 25 out of 25. It's detected. Very low concentrations. They're going to say, oh, it's not enough to matter because we calculated it, blah, 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 the concentration is only this. Well, yeah, it is low. Okay, well, if it's so low that it's not hurting anybody, come on. All right, payaso, you drink it. You drink some of it. How much is okay? If I take and ask you to drink the whole bottle, is that okay? Is that too much? How about a shot glass? How about a cap full? How about an eyedropper full? How much is okay? If the Department of Energy wants to tell you that it's okay to put this stuff into the water, they should drink it. You got it. And I've said the exact same thing in Arizona, in New Mexico, in a place called Acid Canyon. They got the same problem going on, only it's plutonium in the water, and it's 80 picocuries per liter. If that number means anything to anybody here, that is sky high. I see evidence of this stuff all the time, coast to coast. And this is a contamination situation where it's not going to kill you immediately. It's a little bit day by day, month by month, year by year. It's around you all the time. Air, you're breathing it in all the time. It's in the water, you're drinking it in. It's in the plants if you eat local produce. I think Tech 99 has a problem with going up into vegetation, and I think the Department of Energy is evading talking about that. They're trying to not bring up that subject. Be careful though. They will tell you it's, you know, below the MCL. It's below allowable limits. Set that aside. You know, they should drink it if they don't like it. Who's an affected person from a site like this? Who lives near what bad places? You know, we've been talking today a lot about RECA, and I think a lot about RECA. I'm really, really, really angry about RECA. Everybody. Everybody in this room, I want you to understand, I'm really angry about RECA. I am happy to an extent, to a very limited extent, that I think the other state that deserves it the most here is New Mexico, and I'm very happy that they crossed the finish line. My friend Tina Cordova worked 20 years to cross the finish line as the co-founder of the group Tularosa Basin Downwinders. She worked 20 years to make that happen. I've only been working on this place for 7, and I have seen more than enough. I mean, there is so much in here that is so bad in Pike and Scioto counties. Those 2 counties need to be in RECA immediately. RECA should be evidence-based. I follow the breadcrumb side of the evidence, but the other side of the evidence is the body count. What are the health effects? What are the health outcomes? Those are quite bad. In Pike County, all of those things, and in Scioto County, all of those things are bad on steroid. It's a good thing that RECA is covering New Mexico. There's ample evidence for that. I support it. I have studied Trinity plutonium near the Trinity site. I've studied Los Alamos' filth near there. I was accosted on August 9th by one of Los Alamos' goons, and I'll be happy to tell you the story. It's kind of funny. I brought up Jeremy Davis's name, and that sent the conversation into another direction. So there's loads of harm in New Mexico. I went to a commemorative event in Tularosa, New Mexico on July 16th. That's the 80th anniversary of the Trinity test. There were at least 1,000 names read of cancer victims who lived in that area. You have many, many more victims than that here in these counties. You need to have a luminaria celebration. It's not really a celebration, it's mourning for the dead. You need to organize a public luminaria for all of your lost ones. Show the people, here's a bag with a candle in it. This is a victim. Read the names. And this was my daughter. This was my son. I'm happy for them crossing the finish line. But I'm really, really angry that Ohio has been left out. I really, really think that Ohio needs to be here. The government can't do this, as has been said, because it just doesn't look right. It does not look right. Both things are true, though. This place is extremely contaminated. On the other hand, the government needs this place, need in quotes, needs this place for its new nuclear ambitions. It does. Both things are true. They cannot compensate you probably because of the second thing. Senator Hawley, you did a great thing for your state, but you did not help us. Senator Moreno, Senator Taylor, where's the Ohio congressional delegation on RECA? I agree, Josh Hawley. Coldwater Creek does belong in RECA. But why? Why can you say Coldwater Creek bad and Pike County okay? Why? RECA is entirely a political process. I'll give you one more example of how disgusting it is. I live part-time in a county in Arizona that's called Coconino County. That's the county, Flagstaff is where the university is, where my lab is. All the data that I generate on Pikeston, all is done there. Coconino County is in RECA, ostensibly for Nevada test site fallout. Well, I can tell you from the evidence standpoint, Coconino County is pretty good in terms of being clean. I study these things, I measure them. I can't find really anything from Nevada. I can't find any enriched uranium. I can't find any neptunium that's from Pikeston. I can't find any of those things in my county, but what's his name? Paul Gosar, the congressman from the district, said, I want this county in in here, and Eli Crane, they said, okay, so it is. It's a political act. Coconino County is in, Pike County, Scioto County are not. It's just not right. We are downstreamers, we are downwinders. I'm affected too. I grew up near, in North Tonawanda, New York, Hooker Chemical Company that gave us the Love Canal, had a chemical plant about a mile from where I was. I remember 9 years old one day. There's an explosion and all this stuff went into the air. I was used to smelling chlorobenzene and phenol every day of my young life. If I measure your air and soil and plants and so on, the best I can do, the most optimistic and hopeful answer I can give you is I tried very hard and I didn't find anything, and I can't detect any breadcrumbs. I'm afraid the nightmare answer is here that if I go anywhere within about 15 miles of the former A plant, the breadcrumbs are there. The best that we can do, though, really is to detect it and to keep the uninvited guest out. We cannot clean up or fix these things ever. All you can do is keep away. I really appreciate the opportunity to talk, and I have to give a big cheer to Vina for being at the forefront of these. I really want to give a special person here the last word. Caleb White is somebody I met here this week in my travels, and I want to invite him up here to tell you a few words about his perspective and what the A plant has done in his life.
Mike, before we start, and you go back there, Chris wants to give you this plaque for the work that you've done, and we appreciate.
Oh my God.
He's never charged us a dime for anything that he tests for us, so we want to make sure he has this plaque, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
Wow. That's really nice. Thank you, Vina.
So welcome, Penny.
Oh, thank you. It's a very big privilege for me to be here with all of you today. I am so proud of the fight you're putting in, and that's what you're going to have to continue to do. Fight, fight, fight. You are the people with the power, not the people that you elected, and will be begging you for your election, your vote the next time. I just wanted to let you know that how we got involved was because of a project that Jeff Kurtz was involved with, and Max Alvarez was doing a 12-hour fundraiser for East Palestine, Ohio folks, and Steve Zeltzer, and of course Chris. And they had done a 12-hour fundraiser, and it was quickly apparent that no matter how hard you work, you can't raise enough money that's needed for all the people, but you can raise a lot of voices. And so Jeff had brought the idea, and I'm very proud to say we are a labor chapter, Lee County Labor Chapter in Iowa. Our members have never said, when somebody has brought something to the table, they've never said, oh, I don't know. It's always, what do we need to do it? So he did that on January 4th, and the reason I remember that so well, my anniversary is January 5th. He had brought that to us, and that was the 4th of January 23. In 2 weeks, we had our first meeting, and we did it by Zoom, of course, because Steve's out in San Francisco. Probably one of the most powerful things that happened during that first meeting was Steve had the solution. If you want to do something, you really need to have a solution. In these situations, there's so many things you could choose from, but we chose healthcare. And the way you could get healthcare and money to be able to move was by the Stafford Act. And thank God for Steve knowing that. Steve Zeltzer. Within a couple of weeks, it was the anniversary, February 3rd, of the train wreck. We had a panel that stretched across the United States. Vina was part of that. And thank you, Vina. We wouldn't be here today without you. And then from there on, it was in August, about this time of the year, in 23, it was August 21st that there was the first conference that we had as a Justice for East Palestine Residents and Workers National Coalition was held in East Palestine, Ohio. And it was amazing, the people that were willing to come out and share the information, let us know what happened, and for us to be able to let them know that they were not going to be by themselves. You're never by yourself. And there was a lot of folks, I got to be honest with you, that said, what is Iowa doing here? Well, the truth is, whoops, sorry. The truth is, a true union member knows harm to one is harm to all. And we truly believe that and we practice that. And that's given us a lot of privileges to be able to meet folks like you and let you know that you're not by yourself. We've all found out the hard way that worker safety is community safety. And that's why it's really important that we hold people accountable and do what we need to do. Now I've got to let you know, if we were in Iowa, we would be rallying and we would be at your legislator's door. We would be in front of their house and we would be telling them, this isn't going to cut it. You're working for us. It's not the other way around. And of course, you know, we're all facing a lot of different things right now, and locally, we've been having a rally every single Sunday. We started out noon to 1, and we had to extend it out because folks going to church weren't able to get there. Sometimes we have a lot of people, sometimes we don't have very many. But what it does is it gives opportunities for people to come together, talk about what their issues are, stand up for democracy. It doesn't matter what your political choice is. It doesn't matter. These are survival issues that we are facing right now. And we have to stand together and unite. So I want to take the opportunity to welcome you to join our organization. I know that you'd be very happy for everyone to join press as well. But please know, Justice for East Palestine Residents and Workers would be honored for you to be a part of our organization. We usually meet about once a week, believe it or not. And we do it by Zoom. But let's see. We won't be able to do this. If you truly believe what you are striving for, if you truly believe that you can succeed, you will. And believe you me, we will. We are stronger and we have more power. We're intelligent. We're going to fight for our school systems. We're going to fight for our health care. There's no reason. Why should anybody be paying to deny someone health care? It's absolutely absurd. Why not take that money and those times and their abilities and bring good health care to them? We're not a third world care country, and that's what our situation makes me feel like. There's absolutely no reason. And let doctors start practicing their practice instead of insurance companies deciding who's going to get covered and if they're worthy. Well, I don't know about you, but I truly believe everyone is worthy of good health care. And just think what that will enable us to do. These folks that maybe are not as talented in this area, they may be super talented in that area. And you don't know what they're going to bring to the solution to make a better world. Anyway, thank you so much. And Vina, thank you. This is an incredible, incredible conference. He was correct. AFL-CIO complained because we came over to Iowa. Not once, not twice. And so I was fortunate to be at the Iowa Federation of Labor conference just this last week. And Sam was there. And I said to her, you know, Sam, I'm so glad you're here, but I do want to know, how is it out in Washington, D.C.? You know, I can't imagine how difficult it has to be, honestly. I just can't imagine. And she goes, well, you know, I'm in Ohio, so it's not so bad. I said, how is it for those folks out there, the AFL-CIO? We care. Maybe they haven't always felt that, you know, maybe we haven't followed their protocols, but we'll teach them. It doesn't matter where you are. Harm to one is harm to all. Thank you.
Very quickly, I want to read a letter from Max Alvarez and Nikki Fabricant. Max Alvarez has been covering through Working People's podcast and as executive editor of the Real News Network the stories, struggles, and hopes of railroad workers and those living in sacrifice zones. Nicole Fabricant teaches anthropology at Towson University and has been organizing in South Baltimore for over 14 years, pushing for a model of just and fair development away from toxic and polluting industries. One such industry is the CSX open-air coal pier, which exports millions of tons of coal from the waterways of Baltimore. The coal silo and open-air coal pier, all located 1,000 feet from a recreation center and residential living, caused daily respiratory harm. Several years ago, the CSX silo exploded, leaving the community layered in coal dust. And mind you, CSX is probably going to merge with BNSF and Warren Buffett. That will be tragic. Together, they have joined forces, Nikki and Max, to envision the third conference or gathering at the Real News Network in Baltimore, Maryland. This will take place in August or September of 2026. We hope to bring together frontline community residents who have been dealing with ongoing issues of chemical exposure and toxins, alongside labor organizers, particularly Railroad Workers United, to envision how we build broader coalitions across geographic space, race, class, gender, or identity groups, and even specific issues like environmental justice and workers' rights to push for broader legislative changes such as universal health care for impacted communities. The following questions will shape the conference. What are the concerns that align both frontline communities and labor? How and in what are issues of health care, safe and livable communities, and good, decent, well-paying jobs at the center of most people's concern today? How can we push for safety of rail and safety of communities at the same time? What could this look like if labor and environmental justice align in shared struggle and push for national level change? We hope to have presentations from impacted communities, working groups, workshops that will bring some of these themes forward into the broader political campaigns, and an opportunity to engage the city of Baltimore in some of the ways impacted frontline communities are building alternatives to toxicity, ongoing trauma, and harm. We will host a walking tour through some of these impacted communities and discussions with local organizers to add tools to our toolkit for future and political work together. So please, if you're interested in this conference, I think it's going to be a good one.
Of what's happening to working people in this country, because we cannot depend on the media to tell our stories. I mean, on the second year anniversary of the East Palestine catastrophe, there was a lot of TV coverage. They went out there to cover what happened. And Vice President Vance was there too. And in all the news reports that I saw, for the most part, there was no mention of the fact that the residents of East Palestine still need health care. Now, I mean, for the media to leave that out on the second year anniversary of East Palestine, that people are still without health care, that's a crime. Because they're out front, the residents are suffering. And they left that out. And the reason they left it out is because it's a system problem. We don't have health care in this country for everyone. That's really why they left it out, and they didn't want to say these people, through no fault of their own, lost their health care, and now they're suffering because Norfolk Southern and the company and the government are going to cover this up. And that's what they are. They're covering up the catastrophe and the results for the people of East Palestine. That's what we have to stop happening, and I think the same thing is here. What's going on here is a crime. People are being poisoned, and people are suffering because, not because of their responsibility, but somebody else's.
My name is Elizabeth Albright. I'm actually cousins with Caleb. He's my first cousin once removed. I have cancer on both sides of my family. My papa owned a camp 4 miles down the Scioto River from the Pikeston A plant, and we swam in Scioto River. We fished, we drank that water. Same with the Ohio River. I grew up just downstream from where they meet out on 52, out kind of over by the Shawnee Lodge and the marina. My dad died of a rare form of eye cancer, adenocarcinoma of the lacrimal gland. That's the gland of your eye that produces tears. The first time he had it, they were able to save his eye, but the second it was gone, and I mean, this was like less than a year later, he was gone. And my mama, she worked out at the prison, which is only like 10 miles from the plant. I mean, she survived the riots, and she had connective joint issues all of her life. My uncle was born with cerebral palsy. My papa worked at United Dairy 14 miles from the plant down on the Scioto River. And now I can barely get around, and I think I've got whatever the hell, because it was in our groundwater. And what I want to draw attention to is Port's plan to expand, to process these materials, as well as draw power from them. If you haven't heard of a company called Anduril, it is an AI drone company. That means that they have these AI drones. They are not controlled by humans. They are controlled by AI. The story was broke by Ohio Atomic Press, Jason Sally. Jewish Voice for Peace Central Ohio is on this, as well as Veterans for Peace, Chapter 183. I'm an associate member. 5 things actually. Well, first of all, they're owned by Palantir. And if you don't know who Palantir is, you need to look up Palantir, because basically the CEO is Gay Voldemort. He is from South Africa, and he is a eugenicist.
Peter Thiel?
Yes, Peter Thiel. He's a eugenicist. The CEO of Anduril Industries is Palmer Luckey, and he's also quite the character. I'm sure they all listen to Curtis Yarvin. But 4 or 5 things to know about Anduril Technologies. This is where we find them. 1, for international warfare as a tool. They've been found in Ukraine. 2, for border control here in the United States. They're here at the southern border. 3, part of Trump's Golden Dome system, a model after the Iron Dome system that we are funding the Zionist party in Israel to commit their genocide against Palestinians. And 4, police here in Ohio are speculatively looking at Anduril for contracts to police people here in the States. And so the 5th thing I would like you all to remember is that we've talked a lot about East Palestine, or Palestine. Let's talk about actual Palestine. Because these AI drones are probably in Palestine committing crimes against humanity against people halfway across the world. And so while we're sending these these manufactured drones to commit crimes against humanity there, we have the nuclear industry committing crimes against humanity here. And so I want people to realize this fight is not left versus right, it is top versus bottom. So why Ohio for Anduril? It's been sponsored by Mike DeWine. They got $314 million from Jobs Ohio from Mike DeWine and John Husted. And here's why. So Ohio has a lot of fresh water underneath of it. It's very toxic. We all know that. We're here right now. But we still have quite a large quantity of fresh water for Anduril to use this. Ohio is also leading the nation in AI data centers. Columbus is one of the worst areas, and these areas this is also polluting our state and our country. Ohio is protected by the Appalachian Mountains, and so we're least likely to have impact from climate change. We still get it, obviously. Ohio weather is ridiculous. We've got fracking. We're one of the states that's leading the nation in fracking. Ask State Senator Brian Chavez about that, because he did it over in Meigs and Gallipolis and all in that area, Republican. Ohio's a big logistics corridor. Let's talk about Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, Rickenbacker Air Force Base, and of course, like I said, the Portsmouth A plant. And so the idea is diffuse and enrich the uranium at ports, process it there, build a new facility there so we don't even have to ship it off to Paducah, create a nuclear reactor there to draw power from it, send it up to Anduril to not only power their drones, but also to fly these nuclear materials on them, send them off to Wright-Patterson, and then send them off to Ukraine or Palestine. Crimes against humanity here for crimes against humanity there. Thank you for giving me some time to speak. God bless you all. Palestine. Crimes against humanity here for crimes against humanity there. Thank you for giving me some time to speak. God bless.
Being able to provide resources to people with cancer in our area. I also have a private group called Don't Dump on Us, and that was started in 2019 when the dump was brought into the plant. My sister started that group, and it's a private group. We have over 800 members in there, and just provide information all throughout these years. And what we do now is very important for our communities, for Pike and Scioto, because there's been too long, people have suffered too long without any resources, without any help of how am I going to get to my treatment? We don't have any money. I lost my job. How am I going to get my food card? How am I going to get my kids? Who's going to watch my kids? How am I going to get my car fixed to even get there? We have these questions all the time. So that's why we started this group. We are trying to start fundraisers, and we're going to be doing more fundraisers. We want to help because no one has. What people have done in the past and what we've tried to do in the past and bring awareness, it hasn't worked. So when the people that are suffering say, hey, we need help, we need this, we need that, we have to step up. Everybody has to. Pike and Scioto. I'm assistant director over Pike, she's assistant director over Scioto County. We have a really good group of people who we're working with now, and we just want to help. And we need your help to help them. We need people to donate to this and start helping, pitch in when we have the fundraisers. Pitch in. $5 Friday we're starting. That's $5. Anybody can afford $5. I can. I know anybody else can. So, we just want to make people aware of what's been happening, but also we want to help. And so I'm kind of on both sides of that. So on Don't Dump on Us, I'm helping people stay aware of what's going on. I'm sharing all the information I can. On the other side, and she helps me with Don't Dump on Us too. So, but on the other side, we are out there talking to people all the time. And let me tell you, when we say, I know Vina can tell you for the past 40 some years, but for the past 6 years that I've done it, everywhere we go, everywhere I go, somebody is talking to me about cancer. Somebody has cancer, somebody's mom, dad, brother, sister, cousin, uncle, whatever it is. I've had it in my family too. I've had many, you talk about pancreatic cancer, we've had it. Thyroid cancer, we've had it. Breast cancer, we've had it. I had a niece who has EDS. I connected Caleb with them. Her dad worked at the plant. She had to go clear to New Jersey to get help for this because there was nobody around here to do the spinal cranial surgery that she had to have done 3 times. Right, was it 3?
Yeah, I
You
think
talked
she
to her
said
last.
It was 3.
Yeah.
Was it plutonium or uranium poisoning?
I'm not even sure, but she has, the doctors told her, you are definitely, your genes have been mutated. Your DNA has been altered because of what you've been exposed to. And this is my niece, my little niece that I held and helped babysit when she was growing up, and we wondered what was wrong with her all the time. Horrible. I have a brother-in-law who has MS. I have, you know, it just goes on and on. We have had it hit hard in our family. My mother, who was 90-some years old, had thyroid cancer, and they told her when she's 94, they thought it was back. Well, it was too late for her to have any kind of treatment because of her age. So she said, I don't want you to do anything. I'm just going to go the way God wants me to. So we watched her do some things that we thought, is this the cancer? Or is this dementia? You know, what is this? But the last 5.5 months, she stayed at my house and passed at my house. And, you know, those kind of things are what, it hits hard. And when you live in such a small area and you see all these things and you see all these people in your family getting sick, it makes you mad also. And we're tired. We're tired of fighting this. We're tired of fighting and saying, you know, listen to us. People are dying here. And then not getting anything. We have to stand up for ourselves. We have to do this ourselves, and we have to help the people ourselves because evidently nobody else is going to do it. They don't freaking hear us.
Look, I'm a journalist. That's what I do. I will tell you that I'm happy to hear that we have journalists from outside the area. We need it. Thank you for bringing them here. I appreciate that. Look, 5 years, I have aired 37 investigative reports. 37. And I've tracked it. I've been with Dr. Ketterer in New Mexico. I've been at Trinity. I've covered the downwinders. That's for national and local. We just aired a special report today, an hour long, devoted, we didn't make money off of that. The station devoted it. And the station that I work for did this even though you're not in our viewing area. That's how much we believe.
No one here will cover it.
We have a principle in journalism. It's the ethical code, which is really simple. It's boiled down to factual, truthful, transparent, and do least harm. It's a real simple proposition. And, you know, journalism's been under attack a lot too. But in my dealings with this, I have yet to get a sit-down interview with the U.S. Department of Energy. And I've tried many ways. And we want to tell what their side is. And everybody, as you said, Counselor, has a side, a point of view. We get statements that don't answer the questions. What I see is this. I dealt with epidemiology. The epidemiology is clear. You have cancer and death rates, 107% on preliminary death rate compared to the country. The epidemiology is pretty clear. The problem is, as stated, I'm not going to get into the detail of the problem. When it's evaluated, there are very clear methods that the Department of Energy uses to say it's okay. It's not going to harm you. It's safe, it's healthy, etc. But in dealing with the inside people who tell me how that information is kept, it's basically shit in, shit out. I mean, it will do what it does. And my point to you is this, and this is the biggest one of all. And Vina knows this, we've talked about it. We've talked about it as groups. Back there, we've talked about it with the former workers. This community coming together is essential. I spent time in St. Louis talking to Senator Hawley, and it's in the special report we did today. He said, keep at it. Keep telling your truth. Be together. The Just Moms, who had such success in St. Louis, they said, all you have to do is be together. And you are in a news desert. You're in between all markets. And it's a rare thing that they gave me 5 years to do this. I mean, seriously. And it does get a hold of you. But the issue on this isn't about us and them. It's about the truth. And I think the truth has become very apparent to me on the contamination that you all have faced. And I just want you to hear, the people who face these enormous burdens, that we do give a damn. We do care. And that is journalism. We do care. And we will continue to care. And I'm doing my best to get the word out. But I will tell you, this area matters. When I first came here, I was told people here don't count.
Oh.
Bullshit. You count more than most because you've been through more than most. So I have been honored to cover your stories, to seek the truth, and I'll continue to do it. I hope that the gentlemen who are here today can also, it's a lot to go through, but I want you to know we're here for you, okay?
I'm an organizer with the Ohio Nuclear Free Network. I've been working on issues down here in Pike County, knowing a little bit about it since about the early 1980s when there was so much danger of having a nuclear war. And I want to thank everybody that's here, and I want to thank everybody that helped organize all this for this has been a fantastic way for people to actually get together more, speak out, have our voices heard. And particularly, I want to thank Elizabeth Elrod. Thank you so much for talking about Anduril and how they want to turn Ohio into an entire, just a nuclear weapons complex. And what do we get with these jobs? Who pays for these jobs? These aren't regular jobs like in a new hardware store or something. These are jobs we have to pay everyone for, and we have to pay their transportation to and from work, and all of these various things we have to pay for every factory that's built. This is not economically sound. This is, and it's hurting people from the very mining of uranium, from the mining of any supply. It takes a toll on the environment to build these things. And if they're used only for destroying things, what on earth are we doing? And we really have to start thinking about how with all this really, really high technology, can we continue to fight wars? Can we continue to, we have no problem with the people of these various countries. It's our leaders that can't seem to get together, and we have to, they want to take each other's territory. And we have to maybe rethink about participating in this. Anyway, I'm going to have I'll bring in some papers we have about Anduril and a couple things about Portsmouth if people want to pick up something afterwards. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you. I take exception with one of the things you were talking about. You're saying the unions don't care. In here today, there's quite a few people, unions, that do care. Now, the height of the air traffic control, when they got busted, the United States was only about 40% unionized. It's down, last I heard, around 15%. It's been busted that far down, and everybody keeps saying, union, they make too much money, they don't need to be there, everybody work a lot less. Now in here, you had Vine as ex-union. You had Chick, safety, in the guard union. You had Carl here, it was safety in the USW union. I've been in safety for the USW union. I attend an awful lot of the meetings here trying to help the community here, and there were several others in here today that's already left. So you do have, and the EEOIC was pretty much founded and pushed and created by the 3 gaseous diffusion plants and the other nuclear. You wouldn't even have that if it hadn't been for the unions.
No, we need unions Everyone should be.
agree
I
that,
believe
but
everyone should be in a union.
It's down to a skeleton of what it used to
Well,
be.
but the unions-
And the people have to start coming back.
Yeah, the people have to come around, but my experience with the unions is the unions only act if you force them to act. That's a problem. When we had our conference in East Palestine, we contacted the Ohio AFL-CIO. Can you support this? We talked to them, never got a call back. We contacted the Labor Council where East Palestine is. They wouldn't even return the call. You know, they're in an election cycle. You would think that the unions in Ohio would say, we're going to take up East Palestine, we're going to make it an issue, and we're going to say we care about the people, and we're going to force the government to take care of these people. This is like a no-brainer. Take care of the people who need health care. They wouldn't do it.
The unions are getting beat up so bad
Well,
now.
no. You have to stand up against, I agree, an oligarchy. We're standing up against the billionaires.
I agree. I'm here.
That's
That's
true.
what I'm here for.
Okay, well, let's get the unions on board and as organizations to support our struggles. That's all. That's what they're there for. Unions should be for the people. That's what it is. And I'm in favor of making that happen, but we have to do it. We have to get organized. And they have power. And they have to use that power.
We had sent, before we had the conference in East Palestine, Ohio, we had sent out to a lot of different union organizations and asking them if they would contribute that type of thing. And the monies was sent to the Great River Area Labor Federation. And then from there, we've expended our expenses from there. But I wanted to let you know several of the unions, IBEW, IDPHE, machinists, there were several unions in Iowa and outside of, and state also level, that went ahead and did contribute to the conference. I mean, there's folks out there that really care. It was the leadership that's choosing, some of the leadership that's choosing not to support our working people and our membership. But that doesn't mean we can't.
One thing I'd like to say, a lot of us workers, okay, we were exposed to a lot of chemicals, a lot of different types of radiation. And like I said earlier when I made a comment about the neutrons, the scary thing about neutron exposure for individuals, especially where we were working because the levels were so high, when that goes through your body, every chromosome it touches. Now they admit that it can be passed to 4 generations. Now just like Randy White, Michael's grandfather, me and him worked in those same vaults together daily. So the chromosome damage that I received and Randy White received could be passed for them. That's why you see these unusual, that's not genetic type of cancers. It's from the damaged chromosome. Some of this was done from studies from Nagasaki, Hiroshima, when they did a lot of experiments and a lot of studying on those people. There's a new study out now that they're working on. Talk to Cal Tobin and some of them. They're now thinking it may go as far as 20 generations. Think about that. And I'll give you an example. Some of the guards, one of the guards I worked with, some was born without an ear. Another guy that worked out there, he wasn't a guard, but his job was to find what they call slow cookers. That was the subcritical reactions. So he was getting highly exposed to the neutrons. When his daughter was born, imagine, a mother, a father, you're so excited, you got your first child, and that child's born totally without a face. No eyes, no ears, no mouth, no nose. All the baby had was a hole here and a hole here to breathe out of. That child lived for almost 18 months. They had to put a feeding tube in. They had to do a very strict schedule. So after imagine holding your baby, it can't hear what you're saying, it can't tell you, it can't cry when it's hungry. It can't cry when it needs diaper change. It about drove her nuts, insane. The baby dies. A year later, she gets pregnant again. And what's on her mind? Am I going to have another child like this one? Her son was born normal. But his children, or his grandchildren, could be like that. That is the effect of neutrons on a human that they don't discuss. Now, they talk about jobs. Let me give you some of the things that I've learned by speaking out. I basically was told I needed to shut my mouth, and I won't say it the way that they told me because I'm a Christian. But Lockheed Martin, along with USEC, at different times, they've actually threatened to kill my family if I don't shut up. You know what I told them? Been threatened with heaven before. That's the way I look at it. I know what I used to do in the military, and I know what I'm capable of. That's all I'm going to say on that. But that is what's happening. I do know from talking to people on the state level that DeWine and them, Attorney General, and our state officials, and along with our federal officials, DOE basically told them, and I'll say in my opinion, because the lawyer wants me to say that, they are staying mum on this because they're being told if they open their mouth, they're going to pull that project out. They're going to lose all these jobs. That's what they're worried about. When we went to the county commissioners, took the documents on Zons Corner, Otway, Ohio, Camp Creek, Ohio, Otway, out towards where Vine and them live, and Camp Creek, the radiation levels are higher than what shut down Zons Corner School. You got kids, we got a boy from Valley who's died with AML leukemia. You've got a kid in South Webster, that way, that's died from AML leukemia. We have 3 new cases of AML leukemia in South Shore, Kentucky. We have 3 in Greenup, Kentucky. We've got a neuroblastoma death of a gentleman that never worked at the plant, lives in Greenup. You say, well, how did it get over there? Well, it's 2 ways. Airborne is one, because we're looking west side Portsmouth. Houses are contaminated over there. Same as my house, same as my neighbor's house. They've been tested. DOE don't want to talk about that. They say, well, it's below levels. No, it's not below levels, because I know how you got it. You're using a false background, and I will say that because we got the documents. That's why all their tests are below allowable limits. And that's all I want to say, because I don't want to get into the legal part of it. But with these people getting sick and dying, they are responsible. A lot of these other kids that are getting sick with the mutations and things of this nature and dying, that could be from the grandparent, parent that worked at that plant that they don't want to talk about. That is a fact. I mean, it's like a domino effect. You hit that first domino, all of them's going to go down eventually. Now, people say, well, you know, how much can hurt you? Look at the Berkeley study in California on plutonium-239. That was done with beagle dogs. They exposed them in chambers to plutonium-239 gas. I used to have that until the NSAA, I think, hacked my computer. But it's still on record. And what they found out, their statistic after they did the study, they said 1/1,000,000th of a gram will kill you if you inhale it. But here's the thing, you have a latency period. Let's say you have a healthy child that's in grade school, starts kindergarten, like at Zons Corner. That's a good example. If they inhale plutonium or these alpha emitters, you're looking, the latency period, and this is based off of these studies, not mine, this DOE report, 4 to 10 years, or 4 to 10 years before you know that child has cancer. That's fact. A healthy adult, if they have a good immune system, it's not compromised, which is hard around here, you're looking 10 to 15 years on average. Dr. Minuta and I were at a meeting at the Endeavor Center up there at the plant. Ford, BWXT, and DOE set up a bunch of booths. You go around and talk to everybody. So that's good. Well, the manager over at Floor and BWXT was there. And I said, I got a question. We're allowed to ask questions. Why did you do open air demolition here? He goes, well, there's no transuranics here. And Jeremy Davis is standing right beside him. I said, who told you that? Well, DOE. I said, wait a minute. So I pull out my phone and I bring it up. I keep this document on my phone and I'll show it to you afterwards. It's DOE's list of all the transuranics that's in that building. They lied. He goes, well, I've never seen that. I said, you gotta be kidding me. I said, when you did the plutonium building out at Hanford, you tinted it. When you did Oak Ridge, you tinted it because of transuranics. But DOE, and I looked right at Jeremy Davis and said, you mean to tell me DOE didn't tell you about this list of these transuranics? No, we just took their word for it. I said, you got mass spectrometry in the 710 building. Did you do your own test? Well, no, we just took their word for it. That's what we're dealing with here. Now, why wouldn't they want to tint that? Because of transuranics. It affects their PBI, performance-based initiative. In other words, they're not going to get as big a bonus check. And that's what it comes down to, folks. This isn't national security. This is about money. And this HALU project, how many of you know who do you think's funding it?
Funding who?
The HALU project.
The richest people.
I'll tell you who's funding it. Bill Gates, TerraPower, JP Morgan Bank. I'm serious. Now, USEC Centris, they want to sell stock on this. They have to do a prospectus. In other words, they have to show the pros and cons of their stock. Will there be any problems? How much is it really worth? One of my lawyer friends that I work with, he says, I got something you've got to see, and he sent it to me. It is the prospectus on USEC Centris that was at that time under Daniel Poneman, who is the CEO. In the negative column is Jeff Walburn's name and my name. Because we're causing them problems. We're bringing out information to the public, telling them what they're really doing and what they're not doing. You could make something like this up. I took it as a compliment. And when you talk about how they think about us down here, I'm dead serious. Sherrod Brown, he said it's in writing, in the report, the dossier on you and Walburn. He told us in Washington. He said, and he took his hand, I got short fingers, he said it's about that thick. He said in there, they refer to you two as the ignorant Appalachian hillbillies who are illiterate. But then he says, you're using a lot of big words in that meeting, and you really seem to know what they mean. I'm looking to tell you, this is supposed to be my senator? This is supposed to be representing me? And I said, well, and Jeff said, yeah, we are Appalachian. We are hillbillies. You ain't going to take that away. He says, but we're not stupid. So out of, to show his ignorance, I said, let me ask you a question. I said, who runs your Star Wars program here in the United States? He said, do you know? I said, I know. He goes, no, I don't know. I said, guess where he's from? He graduated from Valley High School in Lucasville. He's a 4.0. He is now the leading laser weapons PhD in the world. Matter of fact, he was nice enough, I actually got to shoot a real laser gun. That's the highlight of my life. Other than my kids being born. But I said, is he an ignorant Appalachian hillbilly too? But he's making laser weapons that shoot down missiles? I said, where is your head at? I said, we got PhDs down there. We're not all ignorant. What's wrong with you? He goes, well, you know, you people down there, you drink moonshine and chew tobacco. I mean, that's their answer. Folks, that's what we're dealing with in Washington. Why are we putting these idiots back in there? I do not understand that. Vote these suckers out, start low, and work our way up. Remove all of them. And I want to tell you this, and what DOE has done with Zons Corner, Otway, Ohio, and Camp Creek, Ohio. That's called fraudulent concealment. That's the legal term they use. Jeff and I approached the Organized Crime Task Force out of Columbus. That's made up of FBI agents and state agents in Ohio. They said, this is interesting. It happens to be the same group that put Larry Householder in prison for 20 years. They're interested in this. So we have filed an official complaint. They have it now with some documents. So we're waiting to see what's going to happen. It's going to take a while. That is the problem. These are things, there's things going on that some people won't talk about, but I'm just to the point anymore, I really don't care. I don't care who I offend, who I make mad. I mean, I got 3 family members sick. You know, my dogs are dying from cancer, unusual cancers. I can't sell my house because it's radioactive. And Dr. Ketter's one did the test. I'm over 3.5 times above natural background. The U-234, U-235, U-236, U-238, Neptunium-237, and plutonium. In my attic, it came down through my cold air return. I have gas furnace, went through my entire house. That's what I live with every day, plus the death threats. And I will tell you this, the FBI knows about the death threats. They sent an agent to my house, 2 of them, and he says, we know who's making the death threats. I said, well, you got another agent here. I said, do you care if I follow you while you go arrest him? This FBI stands up in my dining room, acts like he's shadow boxing, and says, my boss tells you when to put the gloves on, take the gloves off. His name is Carl North. Had another agent with him by the name of Andrea Croft. And I said, what if it's your family they were threatening to kill? Well, I take care of business, and I'm lucky I'm a Christian because I was taught how to take care of business. And I mean that. I'm not joking. And when Lockheed Martin threatened to blow up my wife and kids if I did not shut my mouth, that's fact. This has all been reported. Nobody's done anything. Why? Because it's going to interfere with people making money. And that's what this is about.
Okay. Thank you.